Hi everyone, and welcome to ABG Investor Days. My name is Nikola Kalinowski, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With us today, we have the CEO of Midsona, Peter Åsberg. He will present to us for about 20 minutes about this company, and then we will have an opportunity for a 5-minute Q&A session. With that said, Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nikolai, and good morning, everyone. I would like to stay on this first picture for a while, because this is really the essence of Midsona. Midsona is about strong brands with health and well-being perspectives. Simply said, brands that are both good for people and the planet. And this is, in our mind, a very interesting trend, a long-term trend, and this is what Midsona is all about. A little bit more into the details. We are headquartered in Malmö, about 800 employees. Most of our business is in the Nordics, about 70% still, but we have also expanded out in Europe, about 20% of the business in Detta, and 10% in Southern Europe, i.e. Spain and France. About 50% is organic brands, 30% conventional consumer health brands, and then we also have a portfolio of dietary supplements in the Nordics. Midsona has been on a very good growth track, but in the last couple of years we have had some challenges, both in terms of growth and in terms of margin development. Very much due to the economic situation that we have seen in the world, with lots of inflation, tough negotiations with customers. But as I will show you during the presentation, we do start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And we are very convinced that the long-term trend for healthy and sustainable foods that benefit both the people and the planet will continue to be very, very strong. Let's look into our brand portfolio in some more detail. And depending on what country you come from, I'm sure that you will recognize some of the brands that you see on this page. As I said, about 50% of our portfolio is organic products. We basically have one strong brand by country, but then we share the same products, the same production facilities in order to create scale. If you are from Sweden, I'm quite sure that you're familiar with the brand Kung Markatta. If you are from Denmark or Finland, you probably know the brand Urtekram. If you are from Germany, you would recognize the brand Davert. So one strong brand by country in the organic segment. We also do have some conventional health brands, and if you are from the Nordics, I'm quite sure that you know the brand Friggs. It's a very strong brand, especially in Sweden. It's corn and rice cakes, a brand that has been growing tremendously. I will show you more about that. Some sport nutrition brands like Gainomax and Svebar, and then also a number of dietary supplement brands. So quite some strong brands in quite some interesting segments of the market. As said, we do have 3 operating segments. Our heritage is really the Nordics and our Nordic brands. It stands for about 70% of our turnover. And also during this quite difficult financial period, with consumers going for cheaper alternatives, we have been able to be strong in the Nordics with pretty decent margins. Our issues have been in the divisions North, i.e. Dach, and division South, France and Spain, where growth has been slower, and also we have had some margin challenges. We are fixing those issues right now, and we have seen some good trends lately. I will show you that later in the presentation, but really strong Nordic presence, quite a lot to do still in the rest of Europe, and this is something that we are clearly working on. A little bit about how we operate. We do have 4 main strategies. The first, and by far the most important one, is to create strong positions for our brands like Kumarkatafriks, Örtekram, and so on. And we do have very strong brands. They are in very attractive segments long term, organic foods, health foods, and consumers today are very interested in eating healthy, but also to contribute to a more sustainable planet. And those brands hit those things. Furthermore, during the last 10 years, we have expanded quite a lot via building our own brands, but also via acquisition. It means that we have quite a lot of complexity in our production and our portfolio. And lately, we have spent quite some time in order to streamline that, to basically dispose of smaller brands, discontinue smaller products, to create a better and more streamlined portfolio. We're pretty much halfway through that. We still have some work to be done, but we also start to see the benefits of that in terms of improving profits. Midsona is about health and sustainability. And lately it has been quite tough to be in that part of the business because consumers have been hard hit by inflation. They have resorted to cheaper alternatives. However, we are 100% sure that long term people will like to continue to consume products that are both good for the people and the planet. We've been quite acquisition driven in the past. Considering the market situation, we are not so focused on that for the moment being. We have not done any acquisitions this year and also not any last year. We think that we will come back to that because there still is a need for consolidation in Europe. It's still very fragmented. So this is something that we have paused, but hopefully and most probably will come back to. And we have the aim to become a leading European player in healthy and sustainable foods. We have very high and ambitious targets when it comes to sustainability. Those are not only targets, but those are things that we actively work against. Those are things where we have achieved quite a lot. We have won a number of prizes when it comes to sustainability. So we are at the forefront when it comes to sustainable food products. Let's see if, nope, one more. There we are. So this is a little bit of background on Midsona, what we are about, what our focus is. I would now like to take a few minutes to talk about the market and the market dynamics that we do see. First of all, I talked about the fact that the market for healthy food is still quite fragmented, or even very fragmented. There are few big players, many small and medium-sized players. And right now, we do not see a lot of movement in terms of acquisitions and mergers. We are, however, quite confident that it will start up soon again, because this market is just too fragmented. It's very different from conventional food markets, where you have a few big competitors. So you think that there will be a consolidation wave in this market, and somehow we want to take part in this move long term. I did talk about the tough financial times that many consumers are facing. Still, we have done quite a lot of research in terms of how are consumers thinking, what do they want, and clearly, consumers still do want to consume food products that are both healthy and sustainable. See a lot of attributes on this list, and very, very positive thinking towards healthy and sustainable foods. As said, people might think one thing and act in a different way. and it has been a little bit tougher now during the financial times that we have had, but we are still confident that consumers will come back to consuming healthy and sustainable foods. I told you that about 50% of our sales is in organic foods. And consumers are willing to pay a premium for organic foods. There is no change in that. So we think that there is a good long-term market for organic food products. Last but not least, the Nordic countries have been at the forefront of this movement. We have high per capita consumption of organic foods. We have high interest in healthy foods. We have high interest in creating a sustainable world. We see the same trends in the rest of Europe, and long term, we are therefore convinced that this will be a growth market and a growth area, just because people, consumers, really do want this. So, where are we currently? Well, we are starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. Q3 was a step in the right direction. We saw some good EBITDA improvement. We had a very strong cash flow, but also, most importantly, we started to see some good progress for some of our key segments, and I will come to that quite soon. We also did start or continue to improve our gross margins. And one of the key challenges that we've had during the last, say, 18 months is heavy inflation. And for us, it has taken some time to pass those cost increases on to our customers. So we came from a situation where our gross margins were dropping quite significantly, putting a lot of pressure on our profits. As you can see on this page, we have step by step improved, and our gross profit has started to increase again. So gross profit, it's basically net sales minus our cost of goods and production and warehouse cost. So it's starting to improve again. Still, we are not at our target level. The main reason for this is that we have seen a very weak Swedish and Norwegian krona. That has hit us quite a lot. So we will continue to actively manage price. Now, as you have seen lately, the Swedish krona has strengthened somewhat. That's good for us. We hope that that trend will continue. Or otherwise, we have to manage price, of course. Very promising in the third quarter was the fact that our organic portfolio started to increase in terms of sales, an increase of 5%. So those are organic brands like Kumarkata, Örtekram, Davert in Germany, Helios in Norway, and a brand called Happy Bio in France and Spain. And it was driven by a somewhat stabilized consumer demand, but also the fact that we have done quite a lot of things in terms of improving our marketing, but also attracting new customers, especially in Germany, France, and Spain. Our health foods, i.e. our conventional health brands, were also doing quite well. Very strong growth for the brand Friggs, decent growth for other brands. Still overall, quite sluggish growth. The main reason is that we have chosen to stop a number of private label contracts with very low profitability. So we're selling a better mix, more of our own products and more private label contracts with good profitability. Where we're seeing a big minus is consumer health. That's 100% due to the fact that we have discontinued a couple of agreements with quite big, what we call principal brands, i.e. distribution agreements, so it was not our own brands. But the essence of this is that our own important big brands are starting to grow again. One thing that we have done is that we have created a completely new concept for organic brands. And it's basically the same concept done by one advertising agency, but we have been able to roll it out on pretty much all of our organic brands. We started with Kung Markatta in Sweden. We have continued with Urtekram in Denmark and Finland. And first results, it's still early days, but first results are quite promising actually. And we have seen, for example, Kung Markatta getting back to growth again. So this is really, really good that we do see some stabilization and even some increasing sales for organic brands because it's so important for the overall result of Midsona. The next one that I wanted to talk about is more of a long-term success story. It's the brand Friggs, which has seen tremendous growth during a long period of time. Very strong model that we've been able to employ. What we have done is that, one, we have rolled Friggs out in new countries, adding new volumes on top. So Friggs was originally a Swedish brand that we rolled out in Finland, then in Norway, and we're looking at rolling it out in further countries. And as you can see, growth has been quite spectacular. Friggs has also been very much driven by consumer innovation, launching new products that really have taken on to consumers. And our latest chili cheese launch we did now end of Q3, and we're starting to see first results, which also looks very promising. And last but not least, a cost-efficient digital marketing approach. I said that we started to see that light at the end of the tunnel. We are starting to see improved EBITDA figures. We did that in Q2. We've also done that in Q3. We are still not happy with this level. It's still way too low. But at least we're taking steps in the right directions. We are starting to grow our brands. We manage price actively, and it starts to pay out. And we've also done a lot on the cost side in terms of simplifying the portfolio. And that's also given some stabilization to our results. So still, we're not where we want to be, but we are for sure taking good steps in the right direction. Something that has also been very important is our cash flow management. And this has been a huge focus to strengthen our balance sheet. And as you can see, we have now seen a number of strong quarters in terms of cash flow. And this really helps in an environment where lending money is quite expensive. So this is also a very, very good thing that we have done that has strengthened the company significantly. So to conclude, we have been through a quite tough period. I'm still convinced that the long-term prospect for a company like Midsona is very good. People and society will continue to want healthy and sustainable food products. I think that there is no doubt about it. We think that demand is starting to bounce back now a little bit, which is very good. We are managing price, which also helps. So what we are doing now for the future is that we'll continue to drive our core brands by strengthened marketing, by addressing opportunities that we have out in various markets. I wrote in the Q3 report that we have taken a number of new contracts and customers in Germany. This is really helping our sales, and we will continue to really hunt for new good customer agreements, and there still is a lot to be done there. We are working to simplify our portfolio, and there are a lot of cost benefits doing that, and we are starting to see first results. We still have some work to be done in terms of simplifying our portfolio, which will further help the long-term prospects of the company and the brands. Also importantly, of course, we do want to get back to growth, and that's one of our key objectives. But short term, we will continue to focus on EBITDA and cash even before net sales. So we'll continue to simplify the portfolio, getting rid of contracts that are not profitable, even if that hurt net sales, but will improve long-term EBITDA and cash flow. So that was my presentation on Midsona. Looking forward to questions now.
Thank you very much, Peter. So I think in the recent year, you mentioned that you've been discontinuing non-performing brands. I think you mentioned a little bit how far you are into this journey, but could you perhaps clarify how far you are and what else is left, so to speak?
I think in a way it's a never-ending journey, but if you look at the bulk of the work, I would say that maybe we're halfway. Still a lot to be done in terms of simplification of the portfolio. We're also now starting to look at our production sites to make them more efficient, and we have done quite a lot in that sense as well. So still some work to be done, which will help the long-term profit of the company.
Yeah, and I think on the same topic, when you do discontinue unprofitable brands and products, you have mentioned that you will get some secondary effects as well, maybe some lower headcount or lower rents. Have you started to see some of these secondary effects that you've been speaking of? We have. I would say that our general cost level is down quite a lot, actually. You might not really see it in the P&L because there is also a lot of FX effects due to the fact that we have a weak Swedish krona. But if you look at apples to apples, cost is really starting to get down, and that helps a lot, of course. Yeah, that's very helpful. I think you also went into a little bit that you are trying to help some brands that are iconic, but that are perhaps underperforming currently with some marketing campaigns, such as Kung Markatta. Is this something that we can expect for products in North Europe and South Europe as well, or is there some different solution that you're looking for in those regions? Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag. I would say, first of all, if you look at the organic food market, did grow for a number of years, but has actually shown declines in most markets in the last 24 months. We now see a stabilization. Still, that does not mean that you cannot grow your brand. So what we are trying to do now is via marketing to really underpin the strength of our brands, because it's not only about organic product, it's about healthy product, sustainable product, clean label. So there are lots of other attributes that we actually can market and do. And I said we were first out with Kung Markatta. First signs are promising. The brand has started to grow again. We will roll it out under Örtekram now. We will also start to look at the other countries and the other brands. Still, I would say that the situation in a country like Germany is quite different. Yes, we want to promote the brand Davat in Germany, but I would say the main opportunity that we have in Germany is still distribution. There still is a lot of customers out there with no or limited Davat assortment. And as I wrote in the third quarter report, we have taken some new contracts. Some of them gave support already in quarter 3, but many will give support to net sales and profits from quarter 4 and quarter 1, 2024. Yep, that's helpful. And would you say that there's any low-hanging fruit left to pick, or is there only hard work left in terms of the improving the profitability journey? I would say it's always hard work, but low-hanging fruit. I would say the following, that what we have done on the cash flow side, I would say that the low-hanging fruits, we have picked those because it was very much about basically managing your inventory better. Now it's more about really getting into the details, really streamlining the operations. In terms of our brands, I would say that it might not be low-hanging fruit, but there are some good opportunities on the customer side in countries like Germany, France, and Spain. If we get the marketing right in the Nordics, that could give a boost. First signs are promising. So a mix between low-hanging fruits and some hard work, I would say. Yeah, and just to wrap up, what do you most look forward to in 2024? I would say a number of things. First of all, I think that we do have a much more solid platform now in terms of how we have developed our brands, how we have streamlined the portfolio, how we have managed price. So the situation is a lot better in that sense, and therefore I look forward to 2024 with quite some anticipation. Then, of course, if we could see a little bit of less doom and gloom in the financial markets, that would be good, because that would help consumers to start spending on what they should spend, i.e. products that are healthy and sustainable. So that would be my wish, but that would be icing on the cake.
anyhow, I think that we are well prepared for 2024.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you very much for this presentation and Q&A, Peter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to everybody else for listening in.
Thank you.
Hej allesammans och välkomna till ABG Investor Days. Jag heter Nikola Kalanoski och jag är aktieanalytiker här på ABG. Med oss idag har vi Mikael Petersson från Invisio. Han kommer presentera Invisio för oss lite grann i ungefär 20 minuter och därefter så kör vi en Q&A på ungefär 5. Så med det sagt så är det bara att köra på, Mikael.
Tack så mycket och tack för inbjudan hit till era Investor Days och välkommen ni i publiken och ni online. Invisio, vi gör produkter som hjälper professionella användare inom försvaret och polisen att kunna kommunicera i väldigt kritiska och bullriga miljöer. Samtidigt som vi skyddar deras hörsel. Och som ett resultat av det här så sänker vi deras arbetsrelaterade risk. Det är mindre risk för att bli skjuten av en sniper om någon kan tala om för dig att han finns runt hörnet. Och man slipper, eller rättare sagt, man minskar risken för livslånga hörselskador som betyder mer än bara att förlora hörseln. Det kommer andra effekter som depression, inte ovanligt, och social isolering etc. Och så kan man spela gitarr med sin hund och höra de ljusa tonerna. För att vara tydlig på vad vårt erbjudande är. Så här ser en lösning ut tillsammans med en radio. Men vad Invisio levererar, det är det här. Vi levererar headsetet. Vi levererar en kontrollbox som man styr systemet med, som är hjärnan på systemet. Det är alltså där elektroniken finns för att dämpa och balansera ut till exempel ljudet av en explosion. Sen går det kablar ner till den här ljudkällan man har. Och i de allra flesta fall så är det en eller två olika radioapparater. Men det kan lika väl vara en PC som jag har framför mig här. Eller en telefon eller en minsvepare eller något liknande. Vi samarbetar dock med alla radiotillverkare. Och det finns ju ingen standard i den här branschen hur man connectar. Så att vi har över 600 unika kablar som så vi kan connecta till vad som helst, vilken ljudkälla som helst. För att möta och tackla de här problemen som våra användare har på jobbet så har vi 3 produktkategorier. Vi har det personliga systemet under varumärket Invisio som består av ett headset och den här kontrollboxen och så kabeln ner till ljudkällan. Det används av användare som är mobila. Som ni ser på bilden här, det är soldater och poliser. Svenska polisen, går ni på fotboll så kan ni se att de har det. Dykare, man kan hoppa från 10 000 meters höjd och vårt nya headset klarar tryckfallet och du kan landa i vattnet och simma ner till 10-20 meter. Och sen gå upp i vattnet och du kan snabbt dränera så det funkar på en gång. Vilket är en konkurrensfördel. Ja, för 2-3 år sedan så köpte vi ett bolag utanför London som heter Racal Acoustics. De är väldigt lika oss i många avseenden, men de hanterar ett annat ljudproblem. Och det är det här lågfrekventa ljudet som finns i till exempel en stridsvagn som är så svårt att skydda sig från. Och ni ser på deras headset där att de är lite större och så. Den senaste produkten som har kommit under varumärket Invisio är intercomsystemet. Det är en produkt som vi tror väldigt mycket på. Vi tror den kan bli lika framgångsrik som de här kategorierna ovanför. Och den möjliggör för användare av det personliga systemet att när de kliver upp i ett trupptransportfordon så kan de fortsätta använda sitt personliga system. Vanligtvis så störs ju radioapparater och sånt där ut. Men det här möjliggör användaren 3 funktionaliteter. Dels att de kan fortsätta kommunicera inom gruppen. Dels att de kan nå de radioapparater som finns installerade i den här helikoptern, ribbåten eller trupptransportfordonen. Samt att de kan prata med plattformens förare. Det som är unikt och en av våra starkaste konkurrensfördelar är att vi bygger allt det här på en plattform, en gemensam plattform. Det är ett system, holistiskt systemtänk som gör att Rakals produkter kan fungera tillsammans med Invisios produkter. Nya produkter fungerar med äldre produkter. Och att det är plug and play, vilket är väldigt uppskattat av våra användare som jobbar ganska ofta i väldigt stressfulla miljöer. Om vi tar om själva företaget Invisio. Vi firar 25 år nästa år. Vi är kan man säga, en produkt av det, den koncentration av expertis och resurser som finns i Köpenhamnsområdet vad det gäller hörteknik och liknande kompetenser. Vi sitter där utanför 5 minuter efter Kastrups med drygt 100 man. Och vi har 50-60 man i London, i Racal Acoustics. Vi har satt upp en ställstyrka på närmare 40 man i USA. Och vi finns med ett kontor med knappt 10 man, 5-6 man i Paris och även i Italien och Thailand. Och som jag sa tidigare, vi adresserar 2 kundgrupper. Det är militär och det är polis, där ungefär 80% går till militären. Vi har produktutveckling i nära samarbete med våra kunder. Man skulle säga att det är de som driver vår produktutveckling, det är deras behov. Vi har inte återkommande försäljning som man säger Telia, Telenor, men vi har någonting snarlikt. Vi har ju väldigt långa avtal med våra kunder och speciellt Racal som är inom fordonsindustrin. Där kan ett avtal spänna över 10 år och sen en option ovanpå det. Och de mer korta avtalen har Invisio, till exempel polisen, där har vi 2+2, den svenska polisen då. Men de kan vara, det varierar, men det finns en hyfsat god förutsägbarhet när man har ingått ett avtal hur mycket kunden kommer köpa under den här avtalsperioden. Vi har en skalbar affärsmodell som innebär att vi gör 2 saker. Det första är att vi utvecklar produkter. Drygt en tredjedel av mina kollegor är inom R&D. Vi lägger ungefär 15% i snitt av försäljningen på utvecklingen. Och jag skulle våga påstå att vi lägger mer på utvecklingen än vad hela branschen gör tillsammans. Vi har definierat produktutveckling som ett sätt att särskilja oss från våra konkurrenter. Så det här är det ena vi gör. Det andra vi gör, det är att sälja de här sakerna. Och vi är på mässa i princip 1-2 gånger per vecka runt om i världen. Större och mindre. All produktion är utlagt på tredjepartsleverantörer. I det här fallet så är det från Scanfil i Malmö, gamla Partnertech. Och vi har lagt ut tillverkningen på grund av den här branschen rent generellt har en viss slagighet. Vilket gör att det här är det mest kostnadseffektiva sättet att ha produktionen. För att vissa månader så har vi inga större ordrar och andra månader så har vi 2-3 större ordrar. Så att det skulle bli väldigt knepigt att ha egen personal och få ekonomi i det. Och vi har väldigt bra samarbete med Scanfil. Vi till och med lånar ut gubbar när de har svårt att hitta egna. Och Scanfil är en av våra leverantörer. Vi har alltid 2 leverantörer på varje produkt och på vissa produkter har vi 3 leverantörer. Alla finns i Europa. Den här bilden gillar jag att visa för att det var den jag tittade på själv för nästan 5 år sedan när jag blev kontaktad om jag ville vara med i den här processen då för att rekrytera IR. Jag tycker givet vår storlek så har vi en ganska fin ägarlista. Det är både danska och det är svenska institutioner. Och flera av de här har vi haft i över 10 år. Våran försäljning, historiskt sett så har det varit 40% i USA. USA är vårt enskilt största land. Vi har historiskt sett 40-50% i Europa. Det är lite hetare nu i Europa som ni förstår. Och sen har vi även i Sydostasien försäljning som börjar plocka upp sig nu, som börjar bättra sig nu efter de här. De var ju extra hårt drabbade av pandemin. Så våran kille där i Thailand, han åker kors och tvärs nu mellan specialstyrkorna. Värdet på den här marknaden. Rent generellt kan man säga att det är svårt att få fram bra siffror för det är så mycket som är hemligt i den här branschen. Men vi har gjort vårt bästa och skattat att man borde kunna sälja för en 14-15 miljarder om året i de marknader som vi adresserar nu. Och vi är bara i början. Vi skattar till att ungefär 10% av de som borde ha vår utrustning har det idag. Så att marknadsmässigt ser det spännande ut. Invisio har också vuxit och mognat rejält de sista 3-4 åren. Vi har bland annat i det närmsta dubblerat våra resurser inom försäljning och marknadsföring och inom produktutveckling. Vi har gått från att ha produkter som är mer av standalone-karaktär, hårdvarufokuserade, till att bygga utifrån en AI-baserad plattform, mjukvaruplattform. Och där, som jag sa tidigare, alla produkter kan spela med varann. Vi har breddat vårt erbjudande från att ha endast det personliga systemet, nu även ha lösningar för fordonsindustrin och intercom. Vi har också breddat kundbasen. Polisen gick vi in i för cirkus mer aktivt 3-4 år sedan och det har visat sig framgångsrik. De har i princip samma behov som militären. Men om man ska leta efter en downside vad det gäller sån här typ av verksamhet så är det slagigheten i orderingången, även till viss del i aktien. Men det har blivit bättre, dels för att vi ser att kunderna tenderar till att lägga 2-3 mellanstora order istället för den här stora, vilket gör det lite lättare att planera. Och att vi då, genom att vi har 2 kundgrupper istället för en, vi har en betydligt bredare produktportfölj, gör att går karusellerna bra så kanske gungorna går lite mindre bra. Så det jämnar ut sig. Så vi ser en ökad stabilitet i orderingång och i försäljning. Om man då tittar på vad som driver den här marknaden. Framförallt så har vi en strukturell tillväxt som är driven av att det pågår en digitaliseringsvåg inom försvaret, som ni förstår. Idag så ska en radio kunna klara av att ta emot och skicka bilder, filmer, bilder från drönare och såna här saker. Och de gamla radioapparaterna klarar inte det. Så man håller på successivt på att modernisera sin radioflotta i de marknader som vi adresserar. Och när man köper en radio så köper man ett headset. Också så blir allt vanligare att soldater utrustas med en individuell radio. Dock är det ju fortfarande så att det vanligaste sättet att kommunicera soldater emellan är med handsignaler om man inte kan skrika. Vi ser också att det är en ökad medvetenhet om vad hörselskador kostar. Både för individen och för organisationen. Man kanske måste ta en soldat ur tjänst. Man måste betala hörselhjälp. Vad heter det? Ja, hörapparater för resten av livet. Dyra grejer. Och vapensystemen blir ju allt kraftfullare. Och fordonen blir de vibrerar mer och de gör också massa oljud. Man skulle kunna tro att det skulle gå åt andra hållet, men det gör det inte. Så vi säger att de här var våra traditionella värdedrivare i marknaden som skapar efterfrågan. Så har vi sen Ukraina-kriget så har vi ju sett att militärbudgetarna ligger på 30 års högsta. Vi ser också att jag blir inbjuden till fler sådana här event. Det har skett en differentiering eller en ny syn på försvarsbolag. Och ytterligare en drivkraft är att försvar rent generellt gör speciella budgetar bara för att öka lagervolymerna. För tidigare så är det många länder, eller flera länder ska jag säga, som har bara haft grejer till de som ska in och göra repövningar. Och i efterhand efter pandemin så förstår man ju att det ska alla köpa kängor samtidigt så räcker inte kängorna till. Det här med ett ökat försvarsfokus är ingenting som vi tror kommer gå över på 5 år. Det kan hålla i sig 5, 10, 20 år kanske. Prata lite hållbarhet. Det är någonting som är väldigt aktuellt för oss. Det börjar dyka upp i de här publika. 80% av vår försäljning går genom publika upphandlingar. Och det börjar utgöra ett kriterium för upphandlingen. Man vill veta hur vi hanterar produkter. Man vill veta hur vi är som arbetsgivare. Då kan man säga i det här sammanhanget att Invisio har väldigt lite miljöpåverkan. Vi har små grejer och de skeppas förvisso världen över, men vi har väldigt begränsade utsläpp och miljöpåverkan. Och man kan säga också att hållbarhet har varit en naturlig del redan från början. Om vi tittar på hur vi är som arbetsgivare. Vi har extremt låg sjukfrånvaro, korttidsfrånvaro, personalomsättning. Jag gjorde en sån här Net Promoter Score, Employee Net Promoter Score här. Invisio fick ett värde på 62. Jag har aldrig sett ett bolag som har högre värde än det. Så att vi har väldigt nöjda medarbetare. Och det är lite grann som Hotel California. Du kan checka in men du kan inte checka ut lite grann. Ja, och vi jobbar som sagt med bara etablerade partners. Vi har ingen produktion att tala om i Asien eller i Kina. Utan det är europeiska etablerade, börsnoterade, flera av dem är börsnoterade, samarbetspartners. Och vi nu förbereder oss för de rapporteringskrav som kommer för verksamhetsåret 2025. Så vi driver ett större projekt som vars första fas avslutades här för några månader sedan. Och vi tror ju att den här utvecklingen, då ska man få någon känsla för vilken impact den har på verksamheten. Så ett exempel är att årsredovisningen, våran samarbetspartner Deloitte, den tror att den kommer bli 50% tjockare. Att vi ska ha 50-60 sidor till att rapportera på. Vår årsredovisning idag är 100 sidor. Det är inte hela bilden av impacten, men det är en liten indikation på omfattning och betydelsen av ökade, strängare eller nyare regler inom det här området. Då. Och vi tror det gynnar dem. Jag menar, det krävs resurser för att genomföra det här. Det gynnar de större aktörerna som har lite mer resurser än de mindre spelarna. För att man kan säga att om vi tittar på konkurrenterna så har vi ett antal stora konkurrenter som 3M Peltor som har svenska armén. Finns här i Värnamo, lite längre ner. Sen har vi ett amerikanskt företag som heter Gentex som finns i USA. Men så har vi också lokala mindre spelare i många marknader. De kommer få svårt med det här för det är dyrt. Avslutningsvis, titta lite grann så ni får en känsla för var vi går och står. Och vi taktar på årsbasis ungefär 1,2 miljarder. Vi har en bruttomarginal när vi har betalt Scanfil och de andra killarna på runt 60. Vi vill att den ska ligga på 60-65. De nyare produkterna har bättre marginal så vart efter så hoppas vi att det ska stärkas och gå i den riktningen. Men ja, ni ser själva. EBIT-marginalen ska man veta att den är väldigt korrelerad med kvartalets försäljning. Och det beror ju på att OPEX, det är ju löner till 65% vad det gäller produktutveckling, försäljning. Va? Så den kostnadsmassan rör ju sig inte så mycket från kvartal till kvartal. Den tenderar till att stiga ganska ganska stadigt och har en ganska stabil trend. Men försäljningen slår ju desto mer. Så bra kvartal så kan vi ha en ebit-marginal över 25. Har vi lite knepigare, trögare kvartal så kanske den ligger neråt vårt finansiella mål 15. Och under pandemin så när nyförsäljningen bromsar in då hade vi till och med 3 röda kvartal. Det här är våran förväntning här going forward. Vi tror att vi ser ett antal starka kvartal framöver som med god orderingång och god lönsamhet. Och jag tror jag slutar där för att hålla tiden.
Ja, men kanon. Stort tack där, Mikael. Jag tänker om vi bara går in på lite detaljer här. Vilka kundgrupper skulle du säga är de ni förväntar er störst tillväxt i? Är det militär eller är det polis? Finns det någonting man kan säga om det?
Ja, just nu så är det ju det hetaste området just nu, det är fordonsindustrin i Europa. För det är många fordon som har skeppats iväg till Ukraina. Och vårat förvärv, Racal Acoustics, deras utrustning går ju in i de här fordonen och några har även gått iväg dit bort. Så att det är väl den kundgruppen som nu är hetast. Men sen hoppas ju vi att de här högre försvarsbudgetarna ska komma oss till gagn i slutet på nästa år eller under 2025. Och då gäller det ju den traditionella reguljära armén. Specialstyrkorna tickar på. De är våra ambassadörer. Vi säljer alltid först till specialstyrkorna i ett land. För att sen med dem som på kundlistan så kan vi gå på den reguljära armén.
Om vi bara spelar lite på det här med militära budgetar. Hur mycket skulle du säga att ni har fått en skjuts av ökade militära budgetar i Europa under 22-23, både i termer av försäljning och orderingång?
0.
Ja,
det är ju så att politikerna, det var inte länge sedan de fattade beslut om förhöjda budgetar. Sen ska de besluten och pengarna ska hanteras av de här inköpsorganisationerna som är dimensionerade för så kallad fredstid. Va? Så det kommer ta lång tid innan pengarna kommer ut. Plus att våra produkter ligger inte i första vågen. Först så köper du in ammunition, du köper in vapensystem, du köper in fordon. Därefter börjar fundera på, ska vi ha nya radioapparater? Så jag därför säger att vi kommer tidigast i slutet på nästa år, förmodligen 2025, se att det kommer order som vi kan relatera till det här. Men å andra sidan då, så det här är ju ingenting som kommer gå över. Jag menar, vid 10-20 år kommer vi se ett förhöjt, i alla fall i Europa. Så att det är vad vi tror.
Finns det någonting man kan säga i så fall om liksom generell cyklikalitet i orderingången? Eller skulle du säga att den är ganska ocyklisk?
Jag skulle säga, om du hade frågat mig för kanske 2 år sedan, så hade jag sagt ja, Q4 är starkt. Q1 brukar vara lite svagare. Men det är liksom en ny match nu, tror jag. Ja. Så vi har i alla fall inte sett något mönster nu vad det gäller, och vi tror inte att det finns något givet mönster going forward heller. Om
man tänker lite här efter sommaren så har vi inte sett några riktigt, vad ska man säga, stora annonserade ordrar. Är det ett tecken på att marknaden kanske är lite svagare temporärt, eller vad beror det på?
Ja, den där frågan. Alltså det finns ju ingenting som indikerar att den här marknaden svalnar av, snarare tvärtom. Vi är ju på mässor hela tiden och det är ett stort intresse. Dock ska man ju veta att det går ju inte snabbt den här. Alltså myntets ena sida är att det tar väldigt lång tid att få en kund jämfört med traditionell eller annan verksamhet. Men å andra sidan så har du en väldigt hög kundlojalitet bland dina kunder. Så att det är väl därför den här branschen är lite knepig och kanske kan skrämma bort en del investerare. Slagigheten och att det tar så lång tid att vinna kunder. Men vi är ju störst inom vår nisch och jag tror det gynnar oss. Vi har hög närvaro ute hos kunderna.
Ja, och du pratar om den här slagigheten. Är det lite relaterat till det? Ni är knappt skuldsatta.
Nej.
Finns det några förvärv som ni skulle kunna göra för att liksom mitigera slagigheten på något sätt? Finns det någonting man kan säga om det?
Ja, man kan säga att vi gjorde ju det för 2,5 år sedan när vi fick Racal. För man kan säga man fick dem för de blev tillfrågade, vem vill ni ska köpa er? Och då sa de Invisio. Dessvärre så finns det inte många Racal Acoustics där ute. Och jag tror det är generellt, är du marknadsledande och har högst teknikhöjd på dina produkter så är det svårt att köpa annan teknik som ska ha någonting att bidra med i din produktportfölj. Så att jag tror att det skulle kunna bli ett mindre förvärv, kanske av någon som har någon då specifik teknik. Eller kanske en distributör i någon marknad som vi skulle vinna lite tid. Men jag känner inte till att det finns några sådana planer och du får fråga vår styrelseordförande vad hon vill göra med pengarna.
Kanon. Ja, men jag får tacka så mycket där, Mikael. Det här var väldigt informativt och tack till alla andra som lyssnade.
Tack själva.
Hi, and welcome everyone to the next presentation here at ABG Investor Days. My name is Simon Granat, and I work as an equity analyst at ABG, covering IT and technology companies, in which I also cover Ovzon, which we have the pleasure of hosting here today. And here today, we have the CFO, Noora Jayasekara, and also on a virtual link, we have the CEO, Per Norén, who is joining us from USA. So with that said, I'll leave the word over to you, Per, and you have 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll follow up with a shorter Q&A session. So please go ahead, Per.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you very much, and excited to be here today at ABG. And talk a little bit about Ovzon and all the things that is happening around the company. Let's go to the next slide, please. There will likely be a delay here. Yes, so this is the commercial. The company, Ovzon, is currently in a rights issue situation, and we have a subscription period for the rights issue from November 22nd to December 6th. So this is to say that this is an advertisement partly in this presentation for that, obviously, based on the information of the company. And there's a prospectus out that you can get hold of through either our bankers and advisors or on our website, which is www.ovzon.com. Next slide, please. Let's start with talking about Ovzon and where Ovzon comes from. Ovzon has been around as a company for quite some time. It was founded in Sweden in 2006. At that time, focused on designing, developing, and delivering mobile satellite terminals, actually the smallest mobile satellite terminals in the industry. You should think of them as laptop size. Where most other terminals or antennas and terminals that connects with the satellite are of a bigger size. And at that time, they were 1.2 meters or 2 meter parabolic circular antennas with tripods. And we've been able to drive that towards a very, very, very small size. So that's where it started. It started in the hands of users of satellite communication. We're listed on Nasdaq Midcap in Stockholm. We have main operations in Sweden, obviously, but in the United States, where our main customer is, the US Department of Defense, and customers spread out through Europe as well. We offer not only the terminals, as was the origin, but a world-class mobile satellite communication solutions we call Ovzon Satcom as a service, and we're focused on organizations and customers that have specific and critical missions. We'll talk a little bit more about that. It's all driven by our ability to deliver something that transmits and receives data and information, videos, etc., over satellite link with the highest performance, so the highest throughput, to the smallest terminal, which drives then our ability to do it in mobile situations, both on land-going, air-going, and maritime-going vessels, as well as in the hands of users. Resiliency or cybersecurity is built in both in the terminal, as well on the satellite and the network, and in the so-called teleport where the signal goes down. And lastly, as a summary of all of it, you can see our revenue there on the right-hand side. You can see that the revenues have through the years and the quarter's been a little up and down. We normally have a very strong fourth quarter due to the customer group we have, that is government customers, that normally starts and ends their fiscal years sometimes in mid-December and at the end of December. We've also invested quite heavily in a couple of big technology programs, the most significant one being our first satellite, Ovzon 3. So we've invested around 1.9 billion or 1.88 billion Swedish kronor in that, in a new mobile satellite terminal we call Ovzon T7, and in a very unique technology that is placed on the satellite, a software-enabled gateway called the onboard processor. We'll come back to that in a second. Next slide, please. Here's a very, very simplistic way of looking at what makes Ovzon unique. Most of our competitors, which we'll talk about in a minute, have either one or two of these four things, meaning they sell bandwidth or capacity, antennas on satellites in the middle, sort of at 12 o'clock. Other competitors can be found in the satellite terminal business, from small to large, but no one has the size and the abilities of Ovzon's terminal. So that combination means that we can guarantee performance, we can guarantee service level agreements, and we can guarantee uniqueness of resiliency by having those two. We then partner with teleport operators. We are not in the teleport business where the signal comes down to a big teleport and connects to fiber on the ground, and then the signal goes back to the satellite and down to the user. But we have a selected few which we work with to optimize this system. And last but not least, our staff and our organization and our technology is built to manage this through both network operation centers centrally in the US, but also decentralized in wherever sovereign market our customers are. Because most customers that are countries want their signal to go down in their jurisdiction, so to speak. That we manage through a network operations center and 24/7 customer service and support with very high service level agreements guarantees. So this is a unique loop that we have that no one else offers. Most of the customers that don't operate with Ovzon have to put this together themselves. So we're a turnkey solution, and we are at the high end of any segment of satellite communications. Next slide, please. Market. So Ovzon was previously, through many years, really focused both on commercial organizations, TV and broadcasting companies. You could think of anything where there was no infrastructure. There was maybe scattered infrastructure for telecommunications, or where there was a need for specific missions that needed guaranteed connectivity. We've honed that in much more. Our customer segments are specifically to be found in the government business and in the NGO areas. So they go from military defense to civil defense, national security, public safety. You can see examples of police, emergency and rescue service. We also, because we're so very good at building smaller antennas and the mobile satellite terminals, we'll start to have applications and solutions for surveillance and any kind of unmanned system in the future. So very focused on areas where their critical missions matters. You can see that our position is that we, as I just said, are integrated SATCOM service. We're very close to the end customer, which we think is extraordinarily important. We are in the premier segment. We have industry-leading customer success rate, up to 99.995 percentage points of guaranteed connectivity. We are very, very fast in both setting up networks and delivering the service with an agility, because we've built an operational concept around it that delivers very high quality in a very short period of time if needed. And we have a technology leadership. We have a number of patents and protections of our intellectual rights, as well as also innovations which we also patent, both on the mobile satellite terminal side as well as on the side of the satellite. I would say this: the market is about $23 billion, the total satellite communications market. I think the segment we are in, as you can see there, so government and mobility, so to speak, is $7 to $9 billion, and it's growing with 7 to 8% a year. So it's a market that is growing quite fast. We'll talk a little bit about the differences of those competitors that are there. There's also a number of market trends. So the satellite operators that sell capacity, if you remember the 12 o'clock on that picture I just showed, they're trying to become closer to the end customer, the users. So there's trends to acquire service providers in the market. But a surprising trend maybe has also been that satellite operators have acquired or merged. Examples of that is Viasat and Inmarsat, two very prominent producers of bandwidth and managing of satellites, plus a few others that have actually merged into one another. There's also specialized companies for terminals, as we spoke about, and there are several different orbits you can operate within with your satellites: low Earth orbit, mid Earth orbit, and geostationary orbits. Ovzon is in the geostationary orbit in the Ku band, in a specific band called 30B, which has much higher resiliency to weather and any disturbance of the connectivity, as we are the premier service provider for those kind of things. Next, please. This is just a way to illustrate, I would say, the uniqueness that I just spoke about. If you look on the x-axis, the horizontal piece here, you can see how there are the terminal side or the antenna side is from very large fixed antennas all the way out to mobility and on the move, and even trending towards mobile phone size terminals and antennas, which are going to be able to connect to the satellite. There is some trends now, even with satellite to device direct connectivity, but you cannot stream on that. There are very few megabits that can be both transmitted and sent. So we're the #1 in the smaller laptop size segment of mobility, but can be used on any means of transportation and people. You can see on the other axis there that's about transmitting and receiving data. So this is bandwidth. It's called bandwidth. So 0.5 megabits per second, 5 megabits per second, or over 100 megabits per second. Ovzon is in the upper kind of quadrant already today, where we buy satellite capacity from others. When we will have Ovzon 3 offering, we will be able, because it has 5 steerable beams, it will have very strong offerings of mobility, steerability, and the energy of the antennas can be directed to a very specific point, and you can get over 100 megabits per second in transmit from the terminal to the satellite. Next slide, please. Of course, this is very exciting. You saw earlier that we've spent about 1.88 billion Swedish kronor in investing in technology programs. Not only our own first satellite, but this is our own first satellite. It's called Ovzon 3. We are delayed in that, and we have been delayed with about 2 years. It has increased our costs as well, and therefore the rights issue, which we'll come to in a minute. But we are very excited that the satellite is built, and it's going to be at SpaceX, who is the launch provider in Cape Canaveral in Florida. And we are targeting a launch within a month from now, basically in mid to late December, or sometime in December. And that's very exciting. On that satellite is, of course, the onboard server, which has also been tested, and we're building a ground system for that as well. And then we will, in parallel with the satellite being ready, launch the first production units now soon of the newest terminal, which is even smaller than laptop, called Ovzon T7, that has dual modems in it, one that can talk to the onboard server and one that can talk to the more traditional way of communicating. So very exciting times, very busy times for the company. This has led to that we have to switch from another launch provider called Arianespace, French one, that ran out of rocket capacity, and we switched in February in 2023 to SpaceX. That increased our costs somewhat in the program, and also the delays has increased the cost. So if we go to the next slide, please, we can talk about that. I think I've talked about this already. You can see the picture of the 2 terminals that are what we call on the pause terminals, the laptop sized one and the smaller one, the little sister to the big sister here, Ovzon T7. I shall say that it takes about 60 seconds from when you we push one button, you turn the terminal on, it finds the satellite immediately by itself. You don't have to gear it towards it, and you have connectivity within 60 seconds, which is also very, very unique in the satellite communications world. Next slide, please. What I was going to talk about, I think, in a bit was the rights issue and what that's going to be used to. But before that, maybe this is repetitive to most of you that are listening, but we've had an interesting year from a growth perspective. We actually thought we were determined that we were going to have a similar growth as we had in 2022. But I think the geopolitical situation and the situation in the world, it might sound like that would mean what we deliver is more in need than any time in history. And it's true, but it also means that decisions are going all the way up to politicians. There are not budgets set aside for those specific events that we've experienced, with the situation in Ukraine, the situation in Gaza, environmental catastrophes, immigration movements, etc., etc. So I think the whole ecosystem of decision makers, politicians, NATO, MSB in Sweden, the civil protection agencies, and so on, we're not fully geared, if we take that for what's actually in play now. So it's taken longer to allocate funds and money. You have to have play the long game. You have to sell, and you have to shape the market. We've been very successful with the renewals that we've had with the current customers in Europe and the US, and we have added one bigger deal, 4.8 million in April this year. We've had extension of that as well for a big European customer, and we've had some added on business in Italy, in Spain, and also with the US DoD. And we also announced earlier this week that we are in final negotiations with the Swedish Space Corporation through a press release on a larger contract for about $10 million US dollars. So we believe that, you know, it's been a tough year from a growth perspective, but we believe we're in a very good position to harness the work we put in for the long-term growth of the business. And also with the launch of Ovzon 3, that should be a proof that our technology is ready, and our technology will be ready to be used in 2025. We sell directly. You can see on the right-hand side with the order intake, you can see exactly what I said. We sell directly and through partners. We're going through now analyzing all of our partners. As you can see there, we have everyone from a big Airbus to a small Bansat. Bansat is a Colombian partner we have that has been very successful working with the government, with United Nations, and so on, with a number of things for public safety and other things. Next slide, please. And this is what I thought was going to come earlier. So this is the rights issue, which I don't want to make a big deal about, but understanding that it's difficult, obviously, to go out in this current market to ask for more money. But I think it was right. The management and the board of the company decided it was right to do. We're so close in launching the satellite and our technology and capabilities. We've played the long game with growth. So it's going to be, we believe strongly in the future of the company and our ability to produce both positive cash flow, profitability, and continued growth. And we're going to try to close this rights issue here in this early December. And the proceeds going to be used for financing operations and based on the adjusted outlook we had to have from 2023 with delayed sales cycles, and also for the completion and launch of Ovzon 3. Next slide, please. And I think going forward, I think I've already mentioned most of this. Really a historic milestone with the launch of Ovzon 3. Of course, executing our plan towards profitable growth, very country-specific, defense, national security, and public safety organized, and a go-to-market organization that actually can take on that work. And then really continue to position us, which we've built upon in 22 and 23 with high-end decision makers in countries that really needs this, finalize our technology programs, accelerate our industrial initiatives, and strengthen our financial position. And with that, we can go to the next slide, please, and we can go over to questions and answers, Simon.
Thank you so much, Per, for that presentation. Very interesting to hear your thoughts about current momentum and about the outlook as well. A general question that I often receive from investors is around the LEO space. You did mention it during the presentation, but there are different types of layer in the satellite industry space, and you operate in the geostationary space. But could you talk about how your offering fits into that, and whether you see threats from the likes of Starlinks, etc.?
Absolutely, and it's a very good question, and maybe difficult sometimes to understand. We don't really see the low Earth orbit space as a competitor because it serves a different need. I think it's very exciting that the industry has Starlink, OneWeb owned by Eutelsat, Project Kuiper owned by Amazon, that is massively investing in the low Earth orbit capabilities. They are for consumer internet or for consumer connectivity. They will not provide any service level agreements of guaranteed connectivity. They won't have the same size of performance of transmit and receive. So it's really for people in remote areas with their own farms or whatever it might be, for consumers. That's what that is. They are not going to change that business model, we believe. So we think it's a very strong complementary connectivity solution for consumers, where we're very targeted towards the high-end users that need guaranteed uptime, that need guaranteed transmit and receive of high volume of data and videos and information, and that needs a high ability for mobility and resiliency as a built-in security. So low Earth orbit has been spoken about for over 25 years, if not more, and it's now happened, foremost thanks to Starlink. In essence, but we see it as a complementary. So we see societies needing that solution and our solution for specialty or unique connectivity. So that's how we view that, and I think it's good for humanity, and it's good for the users that this is happening at the same time.
It's very good. Thank you for a detailed answer. And then going into Ovzon 3, obviously it's a large project that is now reaching its final stages. Could you talk about what remains to be done? I know I've asked that question multiple times, but what remains to be done? And then also, is it too early to talk about the next big step after Ovzon 3 has been launched? What's on the agenda?
No, we can talk about both. I'll try to do it briefly here, but what needs to be done now is that the satellite needs to get to the launch pad, in Cape Canaveral, SpaceX launch pad. When it's there, the satellite will be then mounted on the rocket. The rocket is Falcon 9, that is going to launch the satellite, and it's mounted on there with a specific technique. So that will take a little time here to test that and make sure that everything is working, and there are some tests for that. But we're out of production of the satellite. Now it's more the process of the assembly for the as you can see on this slide here, for the launch, basically. So we are in very good hands. SpaceX have done I think it's close to 90 launches this year, both LEO and MEO and GEO launches this year. They are really professional. So we're in good hands with them. We're working with our production partner Maxar and them to finalize this. So that's what's there, and then we'll get a more detailed launch date sometime early in December, when the satellite has arrived to Cape Canaveral, when they've mounted it on the satellite. So that remains very exciting. The second question you had, Simon, was around what's next. Well, we've been extraordinarily focused on getting this first satellite launched, produced and launched. But I would say that one of the key things for the future, we live on leased capacity today from other satellite providers. We'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to then combine that with Ovzon 3. And then we have to take make a decision on should we have global reach and global coverage ourselves, which would mean we would invest in maybe 2 to 3 to 4 satellites to complement Ovzon 3. That decision hasn't been taken, but I think, if you want to think about a satellite network as something you roam on, and you can either buy a full beam that you can control yourself as a customer, or you can roam on it, then I think it's probably worthwhile considering doing that. No decision being made, but that's what's on the drawing board right now.
Very good. Thank you for that as well. And just a final question, and we are running out of time, but what would you say are your main areas to focus on in 2024?
24, launch the satellite, get it operational, and sell, grow the business based on lease capacity, and get anchor tenants on Ovzon 3. That's market expansion, launch, utilize the technology we've developed, and grow the business to positive cash flow, profitability, and higher levels of revenue.
Thank you so much for attending here today, Per, and I wish you a continued nice evening. And thank you all the rest for attending here today. And we will now take a brief pause before the next presentation joins in about 5 minutes. So thank you all.
Welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Stefan Knutsson. I'm an equity analyst here at ABG covering the service sector. And with me today, I have Prevas and Prevas CEO Magnus Welén. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Magnus Welén, and I'm the CEO of Prevas since June 1st this year. So I'm rather new in the role, so I can still blame my predecessor for everything, but I won't do that. Okay. So what are we talking about here? What is Prevas? First, I will start with some brief facts. We are an engineering consultancy company. We were founded in 1985 in Västerås, Sweden. We are listed since 1998 on Nasdaq on the small cap, but we're aiming for mid cap, I promise you. We're really focused on that. It says here that we are approximately 900 co-workers in the Scandinavia. That is not true. We are now above 900, so we are proud to actually reach that step in our development, which it was a good thing. Our main operations is in Sweden. We have a minor operation in Norway and a good foothold in Denmark as well. Last year, we made 1.3 billion SEK with a healthy margin of a little bit above 12%, which is in our industry rather decent, I would say. So I will come back a little bit to the long-term development of Prevas and what we have performed over time. But before I start explaining more about Prevas, I would like to share some trends with you. What is happening around in the world that affects us, affects you, and affects the world. So here is some of the trends that actually is influencing things now. And as you can see, it's quite a lot of trends. It's a lot of things happening in the world. And this is a lot about technology, of course. But you can see this as a threat, that the technology is moving faster and faster and faster. But we as Prevas, we don't see this as a threat. We see this as a possibility. And that leads me to our tagline, that is, hello, possibility. So Prevas is everything. All about Prevas is about possibilities and moving forward into the future. Our mission is ingenuity will save the world. We are an engineering company, we have brilliant engineers, and we really see that Prevas can make a big difference in taking care of all the challenges that we have in the world today. And we believe that ingenuity is the key to this. Leads me to our mission, that we co-create technological advancement for the betterment of all, for the people, for our employees, for the planet, and naturally, from an owner point of view, the profit. And the important word here is also co-create, because we don't believe that it's enough that Prevas is the best. We believe that we need to be best to cooperate. So we cooperate with the society, with universities, with our customers, but we also cooperate with our competitors or colleagues as well, in order to meet the customer demands in the best way. So what do we do then at Prevas? We work within two different areas, sustainable product development and sustainable production development. And here you can see three projects that we have been running just to simplify and show you what we're doing. We tend to say that we work mostly with companies that are product owners. And so we develop products that are physical, that are advanced, and that are connected. You see this hair protection on the slide. This is a product that we have developed for a company called Sordin, from industrial design, idea, through the whole development chain, through all of the tests that needed to be done, and then we also ultimately designed the boxes that this product are to be sent to the customers. And we also supported the customer with production development, how to produce this in a more efficient way. And this product is now sold globally under different brands. We are very proud of that, of course. The latest version actually in this was where we added a functionality where you can talk between different people that using these hair aids. For example, in heavy industry, it's important that you can talk to your colleagues. So we added a mesh function into this product actually with the last product development we did in this area. In the middle, you can see a urine catheter. Looking into a hospital, you actually 40% of the hospital-induced sicknesses or infections are due to urine catheters in the world. 40% are due to these. Only in the US, there's over 1 million people get sick due to urine catheters, and that is a major problem. And then there were two doctors in Denmark They had an idea. If we use UV light, then we can maybe solve this in order to reduce the bacteria that causes the infection. And they talked to our team in Denmark, and we found each other, and then we ran a project for these two doctors. So we have developed from this idea from these two doctors now a product that actually is reducing the risk for these kinds of infection in the hospitals, which I believe is a fantastic thing to do for the people and also for the profit, of course. But it also shows a little bit what Prevas is all about. We can actually deliver advanced and develop advanced products and systems from idea through all the development and to the customer. And everything we do is more or less including software. We are connecting our products to the web. We're connected to the cloud, et cetera, et cetera. So connectivity is an extremely important thing. And during the last years, quite many years now actually, we're working a lot with cybersecurity and resilience, of course, in our products as well. Looking into the other area, sustainable production development, here we talk about actually making production more efficient. I will show you one example here is the oven you can see there. Prevas has developed an algorithm for heating of steel more efficiently together with universities. 90% of the steel in Swedish steel mills are produced using Prevas algorithm. Why is that good? The good thing is that you reduce the fuel consumption when you heat up the steel, and you reduce the carbon oxide emissions by using the Prevas algorithms. So that's a fantastic example, I would say. Talking broadly about product development, it's talking about sustainable development, automation, making it more efficient, and everything more or less is based on digitalization. You can see on that picture is from Meritor. We have implemented a Prevas system called Ellipse to make their internal logistics more efficient and reducing cost, of course. Our market, humble picture. We are a Scandinavian company, but we think globally. And why do I put this? It might sound a little bit strange. The reason is that we work with customers that play on the global market, and they put demands on us that are on a global level. So we need to be at par with their demands in order to be developed together. And that we do. For example, this furnace optimization software I talked about, we are delivering that to Spain, to the UK, and other countries as well around the world. So we actually work outside of Scandinavia as well in certain niches. So moving forward. Looking into Prevas strategy, you have seen this picture maybe, sorry, I should look here. Maybe you can see this before. You can actually choose to be the cheapest, the most efficient. You can choose to be close, extremely close to the customer, customer intimacy. You can choose to develop the absolutely best product there is in the world, a niche. And you can see that we have chosen to be in different places, and that looks a bit strange. But the reason is that Prevas is a strongly decentralized organization. We have strong nodes, and each node has their own way of being best. And they choose where they are to be in this diagram and how they are to be successful. And then we work together between the different nodes in order to deliver the most value to our customers. Some key aspects of our strategy. Of course, the key thing is to add customer value. We have diversified business models. We don't only work 100% as a consultant out at the customer place, but we work also with team deliveries, with larger projects that we run in-house, as I showed you before. We also have outsourcing from our customers of different critical applications where we take care of the development and the maintenance, and we're putting up a team in order to support those things. So we have a diversified business model as such. Then we also build competitive strength. We have an EMC lab. We invest in technology that improves our capabilities to deliver to our customers. We have a decentralized organization. I think that is a key aspect and strength for Prevas. Makes us very agile. And then we have this dynamic network approach where we work together within Prevas with all these niches, all these nodes that are really good in different areas, and then we combine that and make something even more special for our customers. And last but least is we are an action-driven company. And that was a little bit about Prevas as a company. Looking into the first 3 quarters of this year and the way forward. I believe we made a decent Q3. where we actually take into consideration the effect that we have one less working day. We maintain the margin we had during last year, which is close to 12%. And we managed to grow as well in this rather dynamic market we see in the consultancy industry today. So it was a decent quarter. Looking into the year, the Q1 to Q3, you can see that we have grown with 16% on the top line, and we grown the EBITDA with close to 12%. So we performed rather decent in this kind of environment, I believe. And we're very happy to also see that this is the all-time high for Prevas. You can also see that the EPS development is also increasing, and that we free up a lot of cash. That is a good thing about a consultancy company. It's very cash providing. You get a lot of cash out of our business as well. But you might think, okay, 1 year, what is that? Look into the broader picture. I thought I could. Yes, you can see this over here. This is a diagram since 2017 with the development of Prevas. Many years ago, Prevas had issues with profitability. I think you know that. But it's maybe been a massive change over the last 5 years. And one of the reasons for that, is many reasons, is the decentralization of our organization and that we are more agile as a company. The engineers, I would say, engineering capabilities are the same today as it was 2017. It's more about that we are more business driven today in order to provide better value to our customers. Looking into the EPS development, you can see that it's not only that we grow in terms of EBITDA, but we also see that the EPS is growing as well. We also grow through acquisitions. In 2021, actually I was acquired at the time when Prevas acquired a company called Evotech. During this year, we had made 3 acquisitions. What we see when we do acquisitions, that the companies that come into Prevas is actually increasing their growth, increasing the profitability. So we have really found companies that we see win-win together when we add them into the Prevas family. And also we have a strong balance sheet, so we are always looking for further acquisitions in order to grow Prevas as such. But we are truly picky. We will not just grow for volume. We will go for companies that makes a good fit for Prevas. And as you read the magazines, you know that there is a dynamic market. Sorry. What we see is that the demand is still high. Sorry, I need to. You can see that there is still high demand in some of our sectors we work with, like energy, electrification, like defense, where Prevas are strong. We also see that there are reduced demands in some areas. But what we also see is that there are increasing competition in specifically in more junior consultancy assignments due to the overall situation in the marketplace. But as we are an agile organization, we tend to try to drive our business towards the growing areas and to be agile. And this is a strength of our decentralized organization, where each of the units are taking the decisions needed in order to maintain our profit as well. Long term, we strongly believe that the demand for Prevas is increasing. Okay, how are we positioned in this rather dynamic market? I would say that we have a strong position, as I've told you. We are strong in growing areas. We have a low customer dependency. Our 5 largest customers, they are less than 25% of our total turnover. And we are positioned in companies that are stable and that are market leaders. That is also good from a risk point of view. Our decentralized agile organization, I believe, is important for us in this marketplace. But also that we work with the core of our customers. We work with product development, we work with production development, and that is what our customers is all about. And that, I believe, is also key for our positioning as such then. And as you can see in the industry breakdown, we have a quite good spread between different industries as well. So, with this, the last slide, why Prevas? Just a summary. I think it's important to emphasize that we've been around. We've been around since 1985. We will work with some customers like ABB. We have a partnership since 1985. So we've grown together with our customers, and we have long-term customer relationships. And we're well positioned in markets where the global trends actually help us, like digitalization, climate transition, medtech. We're strong in medtech and defense. Sorry, I don't know what to do with my throat. I will soon stop talking, I promise. We have diversified business models. We're not just consultants working at the customer place. We work with different kinds of models that actually ties us closer to our customers than a regular consultancy business in that sense. And that is fantastic, I believe. We have also a business called Enterprise Asset Management, where we support within the maintenance area, where we also have we have partnership with Hexagon and IFS, and that means that we also are selling licenses and we get recurring revenue as such. So Prevas has a diversified business model setup, which we don't have been so good at explaining, but I will do that in the future better. We have a stable profitability if you look into the last couple of years. And we aim for quality growth. We don't aim for expanding Prevas dramatically. We aim for growth with quality. We have a successful track record of our acquisitions, as I told you. We also have a strong balance sheet. We have a low debt. So we are financially in a really, really good position for taking advantage of the opportunities that opens up in this kind of market we have today. And I didn't put that on, but I also believe from an investor point of view, it's important to know that we have some skin in the game. I have that. We have people in the management team that are investing in Prevas. We have an option program. So we are a team that are committed to deliver a good future for Prevas as such. In our board, we have people that are actually owning big chunks of the company as well. So I think that summarizes what I would try to say today. And I'm sorry for my sore throat this time. I promise I do that better next time. And that ends my presentation. So this was what I intended to say today.
Thank you, Magnus. You will have some rest now with your voice, because I will ask you the questions. I mean, it was not a long time ago since you reported Q3, but have you seen any change in customer behavior after that point? Any change in the general market, in your opinion?
I wouldn't say that. It's quite the same development. I would put it as flat. It's not like a dramatic down, not like dramatic up. It's more or less the same as it was just during the Q3 report.
And
no big changes in that sense.
Perfect. And I mean, you mentioned the dynamic market. How do you make sure that you stay relevant in that situation?
I think our organization, our agile organization, is extremely important because they are close to the customers. Talking about customer intimacy, we need to change and adapt in order to be quick and be relevant in the market. And that, I think, is one of the answer to that. And then, of course, we need to always develop our competences and looking into the future. I mean, cybersecurity, for example, is something we've been working with a couple of years. We have a team in Denmark that are extremely expert in that area, and we're growing in those kinds of areas as well. And so we need to have a strategic outlook of the trends, the technology trends, so to say, as well, in order to be relevant.
Perfect. You also mentioned that you see higher competition in certain areas of your business. Mm-hmm. Would you say that there is an increased risk that that will also affect realized prices in the assignments?
Of course, there is risk. I mean, it's the price and how many consultants is out on the market. Of course, can affect the pricing, but we don't see that in that sense. No. But I mean, generally speaking, that there is if you have a lot of the demand and what is demand and utbud. The demand and supply. I mean, of course, you have that kind of relationship, but we don't see that. Then normally we also work with long-term agreements with our customers related to pricing. So that makes us, we have a quite controlled way of setting the prices with our major customers.
Is there anything that you can do on top of that, having a long-term relationship, to avoid a situation where you enter a sort of a price pressure situation? Oh yes, working with how we do the business and how we provide even more value to our customers. Recently, we achieved an order actually where we will customer will outsource an application to us. We will set up a team for developing this application, and we will set up a team for maintaining it. And that is something else, so to say, because then you're into the customer long term. We work together as partners. That, I think, is a good answer to that. We are more relevant, we are more long term, and we work close to the customer. And that, of course, is something else. And you mentioned also that your two main areas is product development and production development. Have you seen more success in any of the areas in this market, or I mean, is the product development having a tougher time in this market, or?
No, I don't see a big difference actually. I mean, the underlying trend, for example, electrification, that drives a lot of engineering needs in our customer base. That is first, so to say, in the R&D area, you need to rebuild all your products to meet electrification. And then you need to rebuild your plant. And that drives a lot of demand for us in Prevas. So I wouldn't say there's a major difference, from what we see at least.
Perfect. And I noticed that you have one office in the north of Sweden.
Yes.
Do you have any plans on increasing your ambition in that region to capture more of the booming demand that is going on in the industry?
It's one of the prioritized areas for 2024 in our business plan. We're working on that right now, but of course we intend to grow in those kinds of areas as well. But we have an operation up in Luleå, and we are opening up more and more business and more customers in the area as well, supplying other parts of Prevas. So yes, that's an ambition for us.
Perfect. And the geographical exposure that you have on top, like outside of Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, are you satisfied with that, or are you looking?
No, I'm not satisfied with anything, I would say. We need to grow in all our markets. And looking into Norway, we have a fantastic team working in Norway with enterprise asset management systems. But we need to be stronger in Norway. We need to grow in Norway. So we're actively actually looking for acquisitions in Norway right now in order to strengthen our foothold in Norway. And also as well in Denmark, we continue to grow, but we need to grow there as well. But we have said that we will not short term move into opening offices in Germany or somewhere else. We have a position. We have so much market share to take in our core markets today. So that is where we aim to grow in the future then.
Very clear. And you mentioned you have done 9 acquisitions the last 3 years, and you still have a strong balance sheet, as you mentioned, so maybe there is more to come. But how do you work with integration, and how do you make sure that all of the acquisition embrace the Prevas vision?
I'll put it like this. We don't have a standard model. And that is one thing, because we're extremely adaptive. It's all about people. So we need to be close to the companies coming in. We need to work together in order to integrate in the most efficient way for both parties. So we are really, really flexible. That is how we think about it. We don't have a manual how to take in a company into Prevas. This way we work, take a little bit longer time. It takes some more hours. But long term, I'm convinced that we will end up in a situation where we grow together. I think that is a way to go for Prevas, at least in terms of acquisitions. Because, you know, if you acquire a company in the consultancy industry, all of the people can leave, more or less. And that is a high risk. But we are aware of the risk, and we're working with that. And that also means that we need to be extremely picky in terms of which companies we are actually looking into. We need to have a good match, and also not only a match in terms of what we do, but in terms of culture, in terms of people. So we align.
Do you do any kind of rebranding on the acquisitions that you do?
We have a single brand strategy, which means that ultimately the companies coming into Prevas will have the Prevas brand. That is one of the few things that is decided in terms of when we talk about acquisitions in that sense. But then, how long time does it take for if you change a brand? That is something that we have not defined, so to say. It can take a long time, because if the company would have a strong brand, we need to be flexible, we need to be adaptive. But long term, we have one brand strategy.
Perfect. And then I would just like to finish with what will be your top 3 priorities for 2024?
I would say my top priority is actually to prove that we are a premium company. We need to be maintaining and show the market that we are here in the long term. Because we had a couple of years where we had difficulties with profitability. We have adapted, we had changed the company quite dramatically. And I think 2024, the target for us is not to grow dramatically. It's to deliver a stable profitability and a quality growth, so to say. That is my top priority.
Perfect. Then I would like to thank you, Magnus, for coming and presenting with us here today.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG, and I will be moderating our upcoming presentation, which will be given by Stefan Pedersen, Head of Investor Relations at Tethys Oil. He will give a roughly 20-minute presentation, and then hopefully we will have time for some Q&A after that. And with that being said, Stefan, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. Yes, I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes to talk a little bit about Tethys Oil. I am not Petter. He unfortunately got delayed on the way, so I'll jump in. Tethys Oil, we are an oil exploration and production company which is listed here in Stockholm, but has its main operations in Oman, in the southern part of the Arabian Peninsula. In Oman, we have 5 blocks, as it's called, or EPSAs, where we, generally speaking, are covering the whole section of exploration to production. As of year-end 2022, we had some 24 million barrels in reserves and roughly 15 in 2C resources. For the full year of 2023, we expect to have roughly 9,000 barrels of oil per day in production. Our current main ambition is that we are conducting heavy exploration in specifically 2 of our own operated blocks, but we're going to get a little bit more into that as we come along. As we can see, we are mainly focused on the flanks of the main production block in Oman, which is called Block 6 and is run by the state-owned PDO. Our strategy is basically to follow these flanks and to find slightly overlooked possibilities, if we put it like that. So our main current exploration drillings are just here on the southern end of Block 6, where we follow their borders and have found some quite interesting both prospect and leads that we will get into when we discuss the blocks individually. 2 weeks ago, we published our Q3 report, so I just wanted to highlight a couple of the most recent developments and the highlights. We have just ended our extended well test on Block 56. The extended well test was basically a 6-month-long testing program of 3 wells that we drilled back in 2022. The main goal of this test was basically to find more data for the upcoming field development plan for the block. Right now we are incorporating this data into the field development plan that we will hopefully be able to present in the not too distant future, with the ultimate goal of bringing Block 56 to commercial production in 2024. At the same time, we also we picked our well for the first drilling we're going to do in Block 58 to the west, where we are targeting some 120 million barrels of prospective resources. So again, we're going to come in a little bit to the differences between these 2 explorations blocks, why they're both exciting in their own ways, so to speak. In terms of cash flow for the quarter, it was a little bit less compared to, or it was $10 million less than to Q2, a significant amount, but this is mostly due to a flip in working capital rather than any other underlying operations. And we are still having almost $30 million in the bank per the last of September. So, with our operated activities, we're going to start talking a little bit about Block 56, which is, let's say, the most short-term excitement we're having right now. As I mentioned briefly, we just concluded the extended well test, which ended with quite positive results, actually. It definitely gave us the motivation to continue and to ask for an extension of the block in general for the upcoming year. And after discussion with the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, they agreed with our timetable and our plan for the future. So for 2024 now, the full plan here is basically to do additional drilling, incorporate the data from the extended well test, and also retesting a well that we had to suspend testing from in 2022. And all this combined will serve as the basis for the field development plan going forward in 2024. We also have done quite extensive seismic acquisition programs in what we are currently calling the central area of the block. We will, going forward, rename these to make it a little bit more clear. But the main focus is what we call here the eastern flank that you see along the northwestern border up to 56. Besides being having quite a good data, we also have the added benefit of being quite close to Block 6, the main production block in Oman. Not only because it gives good indication that there are oil or hydrocarbons in the general area, but also because we then have quite good access to the infrastructure and the most established infrastructure there is in this part of the country. So we have a lot of things going for us here. And even before the field development plan, there is our general hope that we will actually be able to add resources from Block 56, or for our gjorts specifically, in the reserves and resource report for the full year. So there's actually quite a lot of exciting stuff going on here, and we are also now in the, I dare not say an exact date, but hopefully within the next month, start drilling at Minna. That you can see there is roughly 30 kilometers away from Al Jound, but the structure itself is quite similar. And we have so far we have not published the prospective resources for the Minna prospect yet. It is in third-party validation, but we hope to be able to publish this before we start drilling as well, so to keep people in the loop as it comes. But this is, generally speaking, our current most exciting things within, say, the next couple of months. Excuse me. And together, this will then be form the basis of our plan going forward on Block 56. And for obvious reason, not only that it is good to have a secondary production flow from our operations in Oman, if the field development plan comes along and we eventually can bring it to commercial production within 2024, then obviously we will also have access to the cost pool of previous investments on the block, which adds an added benefit to the whole financial part of it. Explained this a little bit, but just to clarify, like commerciality cannot occur until the field development plan is completed. So our goal right now is to make sure that the field development plan is as perfect as it can be, and then to bring it to commercial production in 2024. Yeah, and on the western side, roughly on par in terms of height, but we have Block 58, sorry, where we're having two primary prospect areas that we're currently. Earlier in the year, we published our prospective resources for the Fahad area in the northeastern part of the block. That contains 184 million barrels of prospective resources. Now, obviously, prospective resources are not contingent resources or reserves by a long shot, but still this is a very good indication that we're on to something here. And as with Block 56, we're also hoping to get the South Lahan prospective resources published in the not too distant future. So these are two quite exciting areas in one block. They are quite different from each other, the two play areas. This South Lahan area is a salt stringer, or carbonate stringer with salt, whereas Fahad is slightly easier to produce from. So, and we are currently doing the last sort of tender details in order to get a drilling rig in place for what we call canoes or gift. That's going to be the first exploration drilling in the area. And God, I'm sorry, I get such a sore throat all of a sudden. And we are there targeting 123 million barrels of prospective resources. So quite exciting times, actually. We are conducting some farm-out discussions with a selected group of companies. These are not by any means something that we need to continue on the block or anything like that. But if there is a lot of interest in the blocks in general, and as always, if we consider any offers, and both from the technical expertise but also from the financial part, we are considering. So it's not something that we, at least out of hand, say no to. And the final of our operated blocks are Block 49. It is not the most exciting among the three. Not that it is by any means uninteresting, but compared to the other two, this is a little bit further away. We are looking for an unconventional play in and to retest the well that we drilled back in 2021. We are currently conducting tendering process. The problem with it so far has been that we want it to be cheaper, and the contractors want it to be a little bit more expensive. So it's an ongoing process to find the sweet spot. And besides our operated blocks, we have a 30% interest in blocks 3 and 4, which is our main production block at the moment. So here we have 30% interest, and we are conducting quite a lot of both exploration and production area. This is the main target for our CapEx budget for the year, which include, amongst other things, a vast seismic acquisition program in the southwestern part of the Trondheim. It also includes 4 exploration drillings projects during the year, besides then what it has been so far, roughly 30 wells drilled in total. The production for the year and for last year, generally speaking, since COVID hit, has decreased. You can see this basically as an effect of the decreased CapEx during COVID as well. This has a lagging effect, you can say. But back in 2022 or last year, we started to ramp up CapEx again. It has so far not had the effect we had hoped for, but it's still quite a lot of catching up. And the reason why I highlighted this specific graph is just to show that the 2022 catch-up program in terms of CapEx just barely put 2021 and 2022 back in place, so to speak. So, and these investments also include the seismic acquisition program, which is quite expensive, and also our gas-to-power project that we're doing to decreasing, well, it's a more environmentally friendly, and it will decrease cost going forward. Some additional financial highlights then for the most recent quarter. We had a lower achieved oil price than the previous quarter. This is obviously because we're working on a 2-month contract in terms of oil price, which means that we will have higher oil price going forward in Q4. So that is just a timing issue. With that being said, we had still 32 million in revenues, so and an EBITDA of 16.4. The free cash flow negative, due mostly then to the high investment rate for the blocks, and then especially blocks 3 and 4. But as I mentioned, we still ended the quarter on a quite solid $27 million. The good news in this as well is that we have already considered ourselves to have peaked in OPEX per barrel, and I mean, knock on wood, nothing is clear until we can look it back at it through history size. But from the looks of it, we have at least stopped the increase in OPEX and started to get back. And this is, of course, due to a lot of the efforts we have put in the production assurance initiatives under the year. Yeah, and this is just a short slide to basically show that, yeah, we reaped the benefit of the high prices 2 months afterwards, and that was why we had the lower price in November or in the third quarter, but we'll see higher oil prices then again in Q4. So these figures we already know in advance what they're going to be. So we expect slightly higher revenue going forward in Q4. So, and then the brief outlook then. Yeah, the exciting things right now as we see it is obviously the field development plan on Block 56, the exploration drilling on 58. These are the 2 main events going forward, and this is where we will focus our 2024 on. We will include with this additional testing of previously drilled wells and a couple of new wells with the hopes that we bring commercial production in 2024. And with that, I made it to the 20-minute mark. So
okay, perfect. And thank you for that presentation. I'll go right ahead with a few questions. And I guess starting off on Block 56, can you, without saying anything all too specific, can you give us some sort of indication of what the potential is in Block 56 for you?
No, well, we obviously have a picture of it, but our goal, as I mentioned, is to publish the contingent resources as a part of our year-end reserves and resource report. So that will be included, and we have decided as a new policy that we are not mentioning any resource figures until they have been third-party validated. So that's basically it. But what we can say is that we were quite happy with the results as is for 56, and we are quite happy about that we have an entire string of prospects going from the northeast to the southwest part of the line between the blocks. So we hope that we will be able to publish the prospective resources for Minna, the new exploration well we're drilling within, say, the next couple of weeks, and have the contingent resources in line with the year-end report.
I understand. And or given that, to my understanding, blocks 3 and 4 are starting to sort of enter into a more mature phase at the moment, what are the growth opportunities as you would outline them sort of in the near term, and if we look further ahead as well?
On blocks 3 and 4 specifically, I mean, there it is basically, I mean, we have an extensive exploration program there as well. there is roughly 6,000 square kilometers of ongoing 3D seismic acquisition in the program. So these are to find leads for the future, obviously. Yep. On top of that, we have this year, or we will by the end of the year at least, have had an additional 4 exploration wells on the blocks. And the data from them are still quite inconsistent. We're going to have to see. We know from especially Jari 1, which we consider to be the most exciting of these, or have considered at least to be the most exciting of these exploration wells, to be, we have deemed it not to be like in of itself, it would not be commercially viable to produce from it. But that doesn't mean that the area surrounding it has become less interesting and that it could in the future become something. But in terms of existing producing fields, it is still to improve the production assurance initiatives and to just bring production up from wells.
Mm. I understand. And then I guess a bit about capital allocation strategy with the exploration programs you have going on and the CapEx plans that you have going on. How is that sort of balanced with shareholder distribution in the near term?
Yeah, I mean, we have had very high shareholder distribution for the last couple of years. I mean, for 2021 and 2022, we have had 12 kronor in distribution in total. Obviously, like we have to make sure, first and foremost, obviously, that we can finance our operations. So the shareholder distributions is also incredibly important, but basically that's the step. There might be an increasing focus on, say, share buybacks rather than AGM approved specific amounts per share, just to keep the liquidity up and the options open. But generally speaking, we keep a high dividend, and that is part of our company profile. So I don't see it to be too threatened by this.
That sounds good. And also, I guess, moving back to the more developing assets, on these, I understand you won't perhaps give us an exact timeline for commercial production, but can you just talk a bit about the general lead times in this industry so that we can get a feel for how long these types of products or projects typically last?
Yeah, okay. So the field development plan is, I mean, it's a fancy term for a vast array of various instances. But our goal is absolutely to be able to commercially produce from Block 56 in 2024. That I have no problem saying. Yeah. When in 2024 we will enter the commercial production, difficult to say, and it depends mainly on perhaps say drilling schedule for new wells, the exact results from the ongoing analysis and these sort of things, and also but also there is quite a lot of planning in getting this because it has to make economical sense. We don't want to rush it and pay too much for certain services and these sort of things. But the absolutely the goal is to bring this to commercial production in 2024.
Okay, and I think we have time for one final question. I guess on you mentioned that blocks 3 and 4 you have a minority stake model on those, and is that a model that could be interesting for some of your other blocks as well, to split the capex with another actor?
Yeah, I mean, we should definitely not exclude the option at the very least. And I would say that on Block 56, we are not currently very interested in decreasing our share of the EPSA. On Block 58, that's more likely. And it's dependent on two things, as you mentioned. It's partly because of the capex, because I mean, developing oil fields is quite expensive, and we have 100% currently of Block 58. So there we have quite a lot of wiggle room and a good bargaining position if something we find interesting comes to the table. But also because it might be good just for the sake of operations as well, to bring in a partner who has certain technical expertise. So we're looking at both those sides in that scenario. So it won't be just because of money or just because of expertise. If we bring in a partner on 58, it would have to be a very solid choice all around.
I understand. And I guess with that being said, we are unfortunately out of time, and I'll have to once again thank you for your presentation and for answering all of my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to ABG Investor Days. My name is Nikola Kalanowski, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With us today, we have Kjetil Solbrekke. He's the CEO of Maha Energy. He will present the company to us for about 20 minutes, and then we will have a Q&A for about 5. And with that said, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks a lot. So, pleasure to be back here in Stockholm. It's a bit of a temperature change coming from Rio over here, so my voice gets a bit influenced by the weather. So I apologize for that. So yes, very happy to go through what we are doing. We think it's an exciting time for Maha, and so I will go through after showing the disclaimer now, go through a bit of what we are doing and try to keep within the 20 minutes, even though I think there is a lot of fascinating things going on. So my background, very quickly, Norwegian oil and gas industry background. I worked for the ministry, so I did my service for the government in Norway to secure the petroleum wealth to the state. And then I figured out that, okay, now I've done so much for the state, now I can start working for private sector. So I have been in Equinor, in Norsk Hydro, and then in CEO in Panoro, in Sintef, and started up then DBO Energy 6 years ago. And that has had a fantastic journey, which I will go back to. So basically been in oil and gas companies and oil and gas industry for the more than 30 years. This is the journey we had with DBO, starting up some 6 years ago, formally with the first acquisition and we did together with Starboard in 2019. We were supported by RWE, and we shared then several investments together with Starboard and formed 3R, which is a listed company today in Bovespa in Sao Paulo, and has a value of about $2 billion today. So that was a fantastic journey. We had the 40% of the first investment together with Starboard that formed this company. In 5 years, it's a company of $2 billion. So when that was done, RWE sold out, and they sold out starting with, they had made an investment of $30 million, and they sold at more than $100 million. So they were quite pleased. So were we. Then we started up with the lack of fantasy. We started up DBO 2.0, and that was basically with what was then remaining in the company after RWE sold out, and then we had already signed Peroa, which was a great gas field asset, and we later merged also this into 3R Offshore together with Starboard. And now the latest move is that we have moved everything into Maha, and again working with this very successful collaboration with Starboard. So we have been doing business together with this private equity fund in Brazil for the last 5-6 years, and it's been extremely beneficial for their shareholders and for ourselves. This is basically just a bit repetition, so I'll jump this. This is where we are in the world. We have a position in the US, Illinois. We have a position in Oman. I'm not going to talk very much about Oman today. I think you have already heard good stories from Oman, so I can jump that. We have offshore assets, which is basically the DBO assets in Brazil. So I'll try to touch upon that very quickly. So down here you can then, and then now of course we have position in Venezuela, and you can see sort of the magnitude that this position has with the enormous reserves that we get access to. And I will then spend most of my time now today to talk about Venezuela. This, I think most people know. Venezuela is the largest, or the country with the most reserves in the world. They have more reserves than Saudi Arabia, and they have a ridiculous 1,000 years of reserves with the current production level. So of course, that says more about the production level than it says about the reserves, actually. So of course, they have a very, very low production, as you can see, dropped off over the last 25 years because of all the different crises that they have been through. So extremely sad development, a lot of resources, and where we are is in 3 fields that was developed I can jump a little bit between this. It was basically developed already. This was part of winning the war for the Americans in the Second World War. So these are not recent discoveries, put it that way. So they have been producing about 100 years. They are large accumulations of reserves. As you see here, we have talking about more than $8 billion barrels of oil in place. And about 16% of this has then been produced over these 100 years. But these are actually good reservoirs. They are this fairly light oil, as you can see here. It's between 15 to 35 API oil. So this is not the heavy crude that you have to make the syn crude out of, which is in the Orinoco oil belt, where I also have been working previously. But this is so this is lighter oil, which is easier than to produce. So it's in a very western part of the country, which is also challenging when it comes to. There has been trouble in the area with the FARC guerrilla and so on, and it now has helped a lot that there is sort of the peace solution both in Venezuela and also then of course in Colombia. So everything is now lined up for kind of a better intervention with the assistance of foreign companies, and in this case Maha Energy, that can go in and assist PDVSA. And they are now changing the rules again to allow for the foreign companies to operate and do the work and secure that the funds that you put in are basically used for investments. So this has been a bit of the problem, that PDVSA has not spent the money according to what they should do, but basically spent the money on other things. Yeah, this again just highlights a bit of the potential of reserves. But I will also say that it's not our ambition to have a plan now to produce 500 or 700 million barrels in this field on a 100% basis. Our target now is to increase the production from a ridiculously low 1,000 barrels per day into 5,000 barrels per day, 10,000 barrels per day, 15,000 barrels per day, 20,000 barrels per day, and do that in batches of improvements and take bits and pieces of this whole area. We're going to start with what is called the La Paz field, which is the one in a better shape. And here, it's actually a bit sad story, but it's part of the reality about Venezuela, and probably many of you know. Here they have problems with the cannibalizing equipment. They haven't been able to import the simplest filters for their gas treatment, the oil treatment, and so on. So, and when you cannot do basic cleaning of any product that you put through the process, then the process equipment also gets distorted, and it just goes on anyway. So today there is no gas compression working in the field. Just fixing the gas compression, it's a very simple thing to fix. I don't still know what the cost will be. I would be amazed if it's much more than $1 million, but it could be $5 million, I don't know. But just by doing that, we can increase the production to 3,000-4,000 barrels. And then we have other programs that we're looking into, going from gas lift, which is then the current mechanism, into ESPs. And also that is another thing that could probably more than double the production, again, from whatever level we then start with. So that's the way we're going to work with this. We're not going to kind of say that, okay, now we're going to spend $100 million and try to get $500 million out of 500 million, happily dollars, but also 500 million barrels out of this in a 20-year horizon. I think we are much more focused on, and we have underlined that already with the authorities in Venezuela. We want to go in and make quick wins. And that's actually exactly what they also want, because they believe that the sooner they can get an increased production from these fields, the sooner they can get increased support in the population, which is basically, literally very hungry for new jobs, more opportunities to make money, and so on. Those are questions. Should we take them at the end, or?
Let's take them at the end.
Yeah.
Please continue.
So he's the boss. So we already have a team in place, which is super important. So Javier Gremes Cordero, he is Argentinian professional. He's been the country manager in Venezuela for Petrobras. He's been active in Perez Companc, which was the largest private company in Latin America. He was the CEO of Perez Pecom, and he's been CEO in other also pipeline company down there. So an extremely experienced Latin American leader, and I'm super happy to work with him, and I'm very impressed. He's a super project director, concerned with understanding every detail, every little thing that needs to work in a project. And together we have been sitting and working on the project plan, understanding really what are the critical things we need to get around in order to increase the production. So a fantastic guy. We also have Reinhard Gross, who's a subsurface specialist and petroleum engineer. Also a ton of experience from project development and both brownfield and greenfield. And then we have already a set of Venezuelans, partly living in Maracaibo, where we have the assets, and partly living in Caracas. So we are already on the ground. And this was, of course, not because we have just mobilized extremely quickly, but because we had planned this for almost a year. We have been working on this already. And for everybody that hasn't started yet and starting now, they are probably a year behind. So that's, in a way, good for us. We think we still have an advantage to compete for more opportunities in Venezuela. The deal as such, I think these key numbers speak for themselves. Obviously, when you go into an area like this, there is a lot of uncertainty. Many people have questions. Of course, but where can you buy, this amount of barrels for less than $1 per barrel? So of course, we see that you can say it's always a risk-reward game. Here we have actually spent very limited amount of money into getting a fantastic position in a place where we have no doubts about the oil being there. Also no doubts about being able to, with relatively small amounts, being able to increase the production quite significantly. Then the last part is, of course, when can we take out 500 million barrels? Okay, maybe never. Maybe it won't really be economically interesting, at least for the next 10 years to do that. But every percentage that you increase the recovery factor is 80 million barrels. So that's food for thought. You see a bit of the structure here. It was lined up to be an exclusivity period of 9 months plus 12 months. Why that? Because the whole deal was structured in order to plan for how to get a license from the Americans to operate. So we saw Chevron got it. So then we said, okay, we can actually apply using our Illinois company as a basis to achieve exactly what Chevron achieved. So Illinois became a strategic point for us. And now we are considering, is it still that important, or does it still have the same potential role in the future? And that is too early to say. But that was why we had so much time. I think now we can work much faster. The PDVSA and the government wants us to go quickly into the field. On the other hand, they also spend time with their bureaucracy to approve the deal. So we'll see how fast we can do it. But we have to make sure that we do it, not faster than what we have of licenses and approvals, of course. But we are at least preparing ourselves to be ready once we get these licenses and so on in place. Personally, I expect, and I would be disappointed if we don't see production to Maha in 2024. That's our clear ambition. Okay, Morel Prom, just to highlight, after the sanctions, other companies have received new agreements like Chevron. So you could think that maybe they will change the type of contracts once the the sanctions were lifted. But Morel Prom got exactly the same contract, and that's the expectation we also have. This is the type of contract we will have. We will be able to control the investments. We will be able to be paid in kind and control the offtake of the oil, so securing the revenues to support the return on the investment. Yeah, there's a lot of words on this page. I think the key thing I would say, we are extremely concerned and occupied with making sure that we understand the environmental challenges that we take over. So we're going to have a specific study to document everything which is in the field of leaks. We know there is a lot, or we assume there is considerable leaks from the past and so on. So all of that will be documented so that we can document that we are improving. And I think, actually, I would say that this is a great case for ESG in the sense that we know today that Venezuela are venting methane gas from the tanks without collecting anything. Of course, one of the first things we will do is to go in and fix that and use that energy for producing or use that gas to produce energy for the field. So it's also an interesting ESG point in this. The other part here is, of course, we know there is a lot of, there has been known for being a lot of corruption in a place like Venezuela. I have been interviewed in Venezuela by the press and Bloomberg, and I said, you know, we are a Swedish listed company. I'm a Norwegian. We have absolute zero tolerance for anything else than straightforward contracts and so on. No tolerance for any type of corruption. And I think it's just important to take that stand immediately and take it very clear. So we have been super clear on that from day one, aggressively, I would say, clear on that from day one. There's no other way. A bit on the other fields, 4 minutes. So Papatera is producing well and more so. A bit of the pictures here. This is a field that basically was a disastrous investment by Petrobras and Chevron. They spent $7 billion in investing in these 3 platforms. One has now been shipped off, and now you have the FPSO and the TLWP, which is there. We think, and they basically Petrobras neglected to the degree that maybe there will be a prosecution, a legal process to go after Petrobras for the way they have managed the FPSO, which is very bad. And but it led to a low regularity in the beginning, as you see, down to 25%. This has now gradually been fixed by the operator. We are having very, very tight connection with, of course, the company we created. So I've always been in the board of 3R and now 3R Offshore. And so we are discussing, and when you have the board meetings, you know, the CEO is there, the CFO is there, the COO is there, everybody's there to really also hear my view and our thoughts about how to develop this forward. So the operational regularity is increasing. It's going to increase. We are fixing the offloading system. We are improving the tanks. We have worked on the boilers. We are fixing the gas compression, and so on and so on. So there's a lot of things that had to be fixed, and as you can see, it's gradually getting better. I think by the end of 2024, I think you will be up at 80% rate. Could there come new surprises? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I can't rule that out. That's just how it is with you take over something like this. But is it getting better? Yes, you can see that it's getting better every quarter on this. So I'm you know, let's not forget the possibility of things that still could happen, but the situation is much better. The other part, which works fantastic, is the reservoir. And so now we have started on the campaign to start up some of the wells that was shut in. So there is 3 workovers. Basically now the first one has already started, 2 more coming early next year. And then we're going to drill a new well, which is the first well that will be drilled by the new operator. But in a way, it's a bit boring. It's a copy of number 7. But, well, the boring part shouldn't be that boring because it means also we know pretty much exactly what comes out of that well. There is no reservoir risk linked to any of these things, and I think these numbers are quite conservative because the operator doesn't want to, you know, make too much forward statements on getting much more oil. So I think the production will be higher than what we are prognosing with these numbers, which should take us at least over 25,000 barrels on a 100% basis in next year. Peroa, a gas field, which I don't want to say so much about. I think it's a fantastic gas field at the end of the pipeline. Gas prices are going up, and we are now selling our gas ourselves. Illinois, traditional onshore play, actually makes good sense, have a good payback in less than a year with the oil price we currently see. So we are drilling 3 more wells. Oman, I said, has already been talked about by several others. I think we'll go press release our next steps in Oman within a week, so I don't really have much to add here now about that. This is the production forecast with conservative numbers on Papatera, I think, and we haven't added the Venezuela production on top of it. We will do that as we start to receive the licenses and start to be concrete about what kind of steps we can take. So this is basically it. This is the strategy that we have previously also talked about. Focus on what we have. Core area, which is especially now the Espírito Santo and Santos Basin, and of course the bridgehead, which is predominantly now Venezuela, where we have taken this position. We spent very little money. We think we can de-risk it and use it as a base for further growth. And we also have taken a small position in the pipeline in Bolivia that gives us a little bit of the same kind of advantages, that we are early at the table with YFPB. And we're also looking at the possibility of taking gas all the way from Argentina, revert the pipeline that used to flow gas from Bolivia to Argentina, reverse it and import gas to Brazil from Argentina. So lots of things going on. I reached the end of my presentation. I used 2 minutes extra, but that wasn't too bad, I hope. And so now open for questions.
Absolutely, excellent. Thank you very much. I think just a few questions from my end before we wrap up. Maha has undergone some significant, I guess, transformations with respect to both management team and ownership structure, and then as well as the asset portfolio. Given these large changes, could you just summarize, what your focus will be for 2024?
Yeah, I think, it's correct. I think we have only 2 people left in the organization from what was a year ago. So it's been a complete new organization. I would say to everybody that was in Maha, it's not because the individuals were not smart or good individuals. This is much more a result of changing the focus and changing the way of working. We had the main office in Canada, which is now about to be closed down. Our focus on the operations is much more now driven down into the assets. So that means that we have less SG&A that are kind of just staff functions. So we have the very basic in back office, economy and legal support and so on will be in Rio. But the project support and the competence to a large degree will be in Venezuela, as we see that as our hub going forward. So so we have in a way lost many very good people, but we have replaced them with people that are now very focused on what the focus is now. And the focus has been business development, has been preparing for growth. We have hired people like Javier Gremes, which is a fantastic professional, as I said, and the people we have in Venezuela. I expect them to deliver great in Venezuela. Together with Starboard, I mean, DBO, myself, Paulo Mendonça, and the other guys in Starboard, super hands-on shareholders. We planned an important part of buying Maha was to have it as a vehicle to go into Venezuela. So this is not sort of we're just jumping around to do random deals. This is actually a partnership that are planning, executing and delivering on these promises. And we have done this before with great success in Brazil. And I see the situation is very similar in Venezuela. There are some other challenges. There are some challenges that are more. But the sentiment among people like in this room, I think is very similar to what we saw in Brazil. People thought we were a bit crazy when we started out in 2016 talking about setting up an oil company to do business development in Brazil, where you had the largest corruption scandal that the world had ever seen, called Lava Jato. And you had they threw out the president. It was chaos. Everybody said, how can you do business there? This doesn't work. And it worked out perfectly well. We thought the timing was fantastic. I think we are in a similar situation now in Venezuela, and I'm sure it's going to be fantastic results in Venezuela also.
Yep. And just a final question before we wrap up. You're sitting on quite a large net cash position. Are you looking at, other M&A deals, inorganic growth opportunities, aside from the cash that you will need for your present operations? Is there anything you could tell us about that?
We have a good cash position. And I think the current cash position is more than good enough for doing everything we in the short run at least wants to do with the Pedro Urdaneta, our current position. I think what we will, of course, and what we are already working on is looking at other possibilities. The government wants us to look at other opportunities because we are already there. So it's easy for them to pitch new things into us than to, any other random company around in the world. And Chevron already has a lot. Model Prom already has a lot. And so they would actually like to see Maha also take on more projects. So in that sense, I think that depends on the project and so on. We know that there is actually almost a line of people with a lot of capital that likes to put more capital at work into Maha if we get the right deals, and I'm sure we will get them. So we know there is a big interest to get in, and so I think, it's a good moment to secure oneself the larger share of the company.
Yep, that's very informative. Well, I'm afraid that we're out of time, but thank you very much, Peter, for the presentation, and thank you to everybody else for listening in.
Well, thanks a lot for having me here.
Hello everyone, welcome back from lunch. My name is Carl Bokvist. I'm an equity analyst at ABG, and today, at this Investor Days seminar, we have the pleasure of hosting Green Landscaping and CFO Carl Fredrik Meijer. We will begin with a presentation, and then afterwards I will kick off with some Q&A. So without further ado, Carl Fredrik, thank you for being here, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me for a couple of minutes. My name is Carl Fredrik Meijer. I've been doing this for a very long time, over 10 years, in fact, which is quite a long tenure. And it's one of the success factors that I'm going to talk about today, actually, that we've identified in our business. We are 4 people in the management team. Johan, Jakob, and Pierre, and we've been working together for 9 years soon. And I joined as a head of M&A back in 2013, and then been CFO for the company since 2015. What is Green Landscaping? Just a brief sort of in the numbers. We are at nearly 6 billion SEK in revenue. When I joined, we were at 700 million, so it's been a fantastic growth story. We have a healthy organic growth of 5% per year for the last 3 years. We've been growing at 35% in total, so we've done a lot of acquisitions, which I will come back to. We have reached an EBITA margin of nearly 9%. Which is really good, I think, because the average in the industry is just below 5%. We have a capital structure or a debt to EBITDA of 2.5 times. There's been a lot of discussion about debt lately in the market. Myself consider between 2 to 3 times quite healthy, given the interest we pay and that my expectation of return on equity is quite a lot higher than what we pay in interest. And we have 8 billion in orders currently. Green Landscaping is a home for entrepreneurs. We are the leading player in the Nordics. It says here that we are a consolidator in Europe. I'd like to think of us as more of a collector and a strong owner partner to the companies. The business model is based on heavy decentralization. And I'm going to talk more about what the advantages are of that. We have currently 50 companies in the group with their own brands, and we are present in 5 markets. What is our story? Many of the companies, the 50 companies, they have a history going back a long time. So one of the oldest one is a company called Taimisto Huutokoski. It was founded in 1952. Then somewhere around 2000, ISS, the facility company, started to buy companies and consolidate the market. And in 2010, 2009, 2010, FSN Capital bought that from ISS and bought 4 other companies and then launched the brand Green Landscaping. So that's when sort of the Green Landscaping journey began. For 5 years, focus was on growth and trying to find stability and profitability. It was tough. And in 2015, the current CEO, Johan, came on board. And we changed the strategy to a more decentralized strategy. We adopted lean methodologies. We reduced cost. We looked at the Danaher business system, for those of who are familiar with that. And we improved the profitability quite a lot. We did the IPO in early 2018. And then we bought the biggest competitor in Sweden, called Svensk Markservice. So from this phase, then we had improved the profitability a lot. we were at roughly 1 billion SEK in revenue, and Svensk Markservice was at 850 million. So it was a quite big bite to chew. And we spent then 2018 and 2019 on integrating Svensk Markservice. And out of that, and the old green landscaping, came 12, 13 new companies with their own brands. And the last one of them was launched actually in January 2022. So it took some time. So that was that phase. And in parallel, after 2019, in 2020, we started buying companies at a higher pace. And we bought roughly 30 companies from 2020 and expanded into 4 new markets with the decentralized model. So that's where we come from, our heritage, and gives you an idea of where we're going to. What do? We take care of parks and green areas for property owners. That's the middle box, 50% of our business. We take care of road and winter services, 15%. So that's roughly 2/3. Those 2 boxes have long contracts, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10 years. And then we have 1/3 of the business, landscaping, is where we do shorter projects. So this is a lot of smaller and mid-sized projects to enhance the sort of parks, and could be playgrounds, could be yards, could be parks, up to very small, a lot of housing associations, fixing the sort of the green area around the building and stuff like that. We have 60% of our sales to public sector, 40% to other businesses, nearly 0 to consumers, so all B2B. To us, it's very important to be number 1 on the money. So we want to have the contract with the buyer and not being a sub-supplier to another company. Because that gives us the power to be close to the customer, which is always good to have a satisfied customer, but it also gives us the possibility to have the power and use some subcontractors when needed. We are positioned in a big and robust market. The market today that we look at, where we're present, is 450 billion SEK, whereof Germany is 350 of those. So it's a very large market. I mean, given our sales today is 6 billion, you understand that our market share is quite small, and it's a very, very fragmented market. Especially now, when we're looking upon Germany, it's very, very fragmented. I mean, we've been operating in Sweden for a long time. We have nearly 30 companies in Sweden. We bought around 15 companies in Norway. We have 4 companies in Finland. We have 1 in Lithuania. And as of this year, we have 2 companies in Germany. So it's the start for us, really, there. And it's not only Germany, it's also, we're looking at, of course, the Dach area, so Austria and Switzerland as well. Something about the market characteristics. It's recurring revenue. So customers are recurring and returning to us, and we have the multi-year contracts. It's the public sector. We like the split of having 60% to the public sector because it's a very stable customers and a very stable demand. What we do is truly taking care of our cities, which is considered infrastructure. So it's difficult for the customers to reduce spend to buy our services. So we like that mix, having 60-40. We have seen a robust growth of between 4% and 6% per year, supported by mega trends. So we see that we spend more on our cities. We want the cities to be greener. So this is why we have an above GDP growth in this market and expect it to continue going forward. There are other trends as well, like security. It's very important to have safe cities. I don't know if you think about it, if you see a schoolyard where my children are going, they have a lot of installations today. Lighting and football field and play tools and stuff like that, that wasn't present when I went to school. So we are investing a lot in our outdoor areas. This is also one of the trends. And of course, we've seen that many people are moving to the cities. So the cities are also growing, which of course makes our market bigger. There's also some delayed maintenance, especially in the sewage area, that we see that there's a big it needs to be invested more in our infrastructure. And we think that will happen going forward. Resilient customer base. This is, of course, a hot topic today. How cyclical a company is. We've looked at, on the left-hand side, you will see the spend from municipalities on our type of services we do. It's been growing by 4%, like I said, and we've seen a dip in 2014, and we saw a dip in, or sort of a stagnation in 2018, where the market stopped to grow. And that's what we expect from our markets as well, that maybe we will see the growth slowing down, but we won't see a sharp decline in the demand. And another point is that what we do, we assess to be around 5% of the customer spend, roughly, in the outdoor areas, of their total budget. So it's a very small share of that. I'm sure, Carl, you will come back with some questions around this, I can expect. Let's see. Strong development. So we've been growing, like I said, from 700 million when I joined to nearly 6 billion. We've, during the last 3 years, we've seen a CAGR of 35%. We have had a steady growth in EBITDA. So we've been from low single digits and moved to now to nearly 9%. And you have to remember here that we had 2 billion of sales back in 2018, which were at low digit EBITDA numbers, or margin. And then we've acquired nearly 6 billion, sort of, what you say, small Ferrari type of companies with a margin of above 10%. But I'm coming back to that because we have actually improved the legacy 18 companies quite a lot. A home for entrepreneurs. This is very important for us to try to be the best owner for this type of companies. So there's a very important trust piece here when we talk to entrepreneurs that is potentially joining the group. It's important to allow them to continue to drive and make decisions in their companies. Because this is local business. You need to be very close to the customer. We are all large owners in the group, which is also something part of our culture. And the entrepreneurs, when we acquire them, they become owners in the group. So we pay, on average, 80% cash and 20% with shares in the group. So we're all owners sitting in the same group. In fact, we own roughly 20% of the company, the management and people working in the company. So that's the key thing for us in our sales pitch towards entrepreneurs when we talk to them. Why joining Green Landscaping? As I mentioned, we bought we built many companies, and 40 companies since 2017, where most of them in the last years. So we started in 2020, really, by buying 7 companies then. That was our entry point into Norway as well. And then in 2021, we expanded into Finland, and we continued to buy companies in Norway and Sweden. And then 2022, we bought a company in Lithuania, so the first one in that market. And then this year, we bought 2 companies in Germany. South of Germany, I would say, Schmidt & Scalzo and Rheine. Yeah, gonna leave it at that. Number 1 in Europe. So we've been quite successful in the Nordics. We've had time to shape our model and see what works and what doesn't work as well. We have now just started to being present in the continent, Europe, and we expect that to continue going forward. Market is huge. There are many, many companies. We are extremely picky as well. I forgot to say that. We've turned down maybe 20 deals in the last quarter. So we get a lot of attention now and a lot of companies who wants to join us, and we say no to most of them. Talking about the M&A approach, what are we looking for? We are really looking for the best companies in class. We are looking for companies with profitability of 10% or higher. We've been looking at that they have a steady growth. It's extremely important for us that they are decent, that they have high ethics, that we share those values. We want to have a strong brand in their community. We call it cultural DD of the company. So we really spend time with people who know the company and spend time understanding the company. Will they fit into the group? Especially the top management, but that goes for all the employees. And of course, we have a very deep discussion about what will you do, what do you want to do in the future? And if we get the idea that, or the understanding that actually they want to sell the company and leave, we are not the right buyer for that company. So we are looking for companies that we can shake hands and have a long-lasting relationship going forward with them. And of course, we need to be an attractive partner, if you look on the right-hand side of the picture, for these companies. And that's giving them a lot of authority to make decisions, being very decentralized, and create strong financial incentives. That's why I talked about that they become owners in the group as well. Adding value. How am I on time? Okay, 3 minutes. This I can talk about for a long time. We have a wide spread between the companies in our group. We have 22 companies with a margin above 10%. We have 18 companies between 5 and 10%, and we have 10 companies below 5%. So we are spending a lot of time. It was quite recently, and by recently I mean in 2020, that before that, the best company we'd had in the group were at 13%. So it wasn't until a few years ago that we started to acquiring companies with much higher margin. And now we're spending a lot of time understanding what makes those companies make that margin by talking to them, understanding the culture, the way they work, the process, how they're doing the steps, choosing from demand to bidding until payment or cash, order to cash process. And it's quite interesting. And we share those then with the other companies to try to evolve them. And we've actually seen, so this group I was talking about, the 2018 group, they moved from low single-digit EBITDA margin to 7% now. So it's definitely possible to improve these companies. So that's quite exciting, actually. In terms of cap table, I told you that we have we own 20% of the group roughly. We work in the company. We have 2 owners of flesh and blood, as you say, and then we have some institutional investors, and of course a lot of retail investors in the company. Loans, they are maturing now in end of 2026. So we have bank loans with 3 banks. We have, like I said, 2.5 times as a covenant, or not the covenant, but with 2.5 times in debt, which gives us a good headroom to the covenant with the bank, and that's the only covenant. We're paying somewhere around 6%, 5.5–6% in interest today on our loans. We have 4 financial targets. One is growth, 10% per year, both organic and acquisitions. We've surpassed that quite a lot. Actually, we've been growing by 41% last year. We have a target of 8% EBITDA margin, and we are now at nearly 9%. We should not have a leverage above 2.5 times, and we're at 2.5 times. And we should make a dividend of 40% of net income, and we have not made a dividend. We have invested everything in growth so far. So to sum it up, it's a favorable market that we operate on. Low cyclicality, big exposure to public sector. It's large. We have a very small part of it, and it's fragmented. There are some mega trends driving the growth of the market that I talked about, urbanization and sustainability. We are the clear market leader today in both size and in profitability. We do have a model for value creation that we are sharpening all the time. We have a proven M&A track record of these 40 M&A deals that we've done. We have strong ESG activities looking at sustainability. And I want to talk about the EPS growth. So the EPS growth has been fantastic over the years, but it has stagnated this year, even though the growth in sales and profit has continued to increase. And that is due to the higher interest. But we now sort of climbed that mountain and are at what I think is a peak level in paying interest. So the EPS will continue to grow forward if we succeed in our plans. We own a lot of the company, and we are clearly aiming to be number one in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl Fredrik. So the first one, just going back a bit to over time, you've seen that the majority of your business stems from stable demand, so to say. And now you said, yeah, given where we are, it might slow down a bit. But first of all, I mean, what have you recently seen, given what we can read? And number two, if things turn a bit weaker, what are you doing, or what are your businesses doing to make sure they don't just pursue projects to get sales, that they actually focus on profitability?
Yeah. The good thing about having these 50 companies is that as a portfolio, it's working really well for us. But we have seen some companies continuing to improve despite this market, this tougher market, both in sales and in profitability. We have seen many companies going sort of sideways, operating as they have before. And we have seen some companies decline in both sales and profitability. And, well, that's to be expected all the time, I think. That's life. What I'm comfortable with is that we have these 50 really strong leaders in these companies who have the authority to act, and they are really good at listening with the ear to the ground and making sure that do we need do some things on the cost side? How can we improve the sort of relationship with the customers, or what we are offering? Do we need to find new customers, or but many of the companies, they have so long-lasting relationship that if they are a bit thin on orders, or if they want more work, they can go to the customers and say that I actually have some capacity over. What work can we do now? And usually the customer, oh, well, I have some things I want to be done. So I'm very comfortable with that these 50 leaders are close to the ground and making sound decisions about how to operate if the market is tougher. What we saw last quarter was that around half of the companies in Sweden improved in profitability and made more money than Q3 last year. And we saw many of them being sort of at the same level. And then we had a few who declined. And unfortunately, it was some of the bigger ones that declined. You saw in Sweden, we had made less money in Q3 than we did last year.
And then my final one is just on the acquisition side. This is a company that has grown both organically and through acquisitions.
Yep.
And how do you look at a company to determine that it has actually been resilient and that it actually has been able to deliver strong performance over a long period of time and not just 1 or 2 years of getting a good project?
I mean, that is difficult, of course, and requires spending a lot of time with the company. And it's not uncommon to see, I mean, it's very rare for the companies to be at exactly the same level in both sales and profitability over a long time. Usually they develop quite a lot. And that's an important thing, because sometimes investors, they look at our companies and say that, well, oh, you bought this company, it was making 10% and now it's making 9%. What happened? And that has to do with this, that we look on the companies for the last 5-10 years back. And if they are making, they sort of had a hockey stick or made a lot of money just in the end, we will of course adjust the price and see what do we think is a sustainable profit level for this company, and adjust our price, what we pay for them, and sort of shake hands on, okay, so we think that you are making this money over time. Is that correct? Do you believe that as well? So we spend a lot of time analyzing the history. We spend a lot of time thinking about the future. What do we think is a sustainable profit level for this company? And then we shake hands and say that, okay, we like this level. Now let's try to develop the company together. And we like to invest in the companies once they come into the group. So sometimes we talk about a pattern. We see that the companies are doing really well. We acquire them and we get a little bit dip in the year after or two. And then we've seen that they pick up again and sort of stabilize or return to their previous. And that could be that they have 4 teams today and they can't do more work than with the 4 teams. And then we agree that let's create a 5th team. But that costs money in the beginning before they have revenue and so on. So we like to invest in the companies, both in machines and in people.
Understood. Thank you, Carl Fredrik. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. And that concludes this presentation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG, and I will be moderating our upcoming presentation, which will be given by CFO of Ferronordic, Mr. Erik Danemar. He will hold a roughly 20-minute presentation, and then after that, we will have time for some Q&A. So with that being said, Erik, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Thank you, everybody, for taking interest in our company. I'm Erik Danemar. I'm the Group CFO for Ferronordic. Very briefly on Ferronordic, we were founded in 2010, and we were listed on the Nasdaq in 2017. When we started in Russia. We were the dealer for Volvo Construction Equipment and several other brands in Russia. In December 22, following the conflict in Ukraine, we sold the assets there. We were then left with our business in Kazakhstan and Germany. In Kazakhstan, we are a dealer for Volvo Construction Equipment since 2019, and also Mechalak and a smaller part of Sandvik's business, mobile crushers and screens. In Germany, we started in January 2020, a intensive period given the outbreak of COVID that time. There we are the dealer for Volvo trucks, so not construction equipment, but the trucks business, and similarly Sandvik mobile crushers and screens. And we do, besides sales, rental and a used business as well. We have that to some scale in Kazakhstan as well. And quite recently we announced an acquisition in the US. I'll get back to that later, but that's expected to close actually on the 30th of November, so very shortly. Something about where we were and where we are now, and there was a big hump between these periods when we were at our biggest level in Russia. But when we started, 160 people, a little bit more than 1 billion Swedish revenue, and 6 outlets. Today, 502 employees across Group Kazakhstan and Germany, 360 coming in from the US business once that closes. Revenue 2.6 billion Swedish. US revenue in 2022 was $308 million US. Those are audited numbers. And outlets 29 and 13 coming in from the US. Below, very briefly, you see a distribution between aftermarket sales and new equipment sales, and then other, mostly rental. Aftermarket is where the bigger margins are, so that's a very important part of the business. You see also the geographical split, the high emphasis on Germany as it is now, and then to your top right there, we try to stress that we're fairly diversified in terms of our customers. They come from a range of different industries in both countries. Strategic objectives, very important. They've been unchanged since we IPO'd, and actually before then. Want to point to geographic expansion at your lower right there. We've always pursued that from Russia into Kazakhstan, into Germany, and now taking that step into the US. Expansion into related business areas. That's really when we take on other brands to work with. We also try to get better utilization of our infrastructure, both organization and physical infrastructure, so workshops, by doing that, and our IT systems. And we want to drive digital processes in the industry, predictive maintenance and those projects. And we have been quite successful in that in the past, and that's something we want to leverage going forward as well. Aftermarket absorption, that's when we can cover our fixed costs with the gross margin or gross profit from our aftermarket business. So even if we don't sell new trucks, we can still cover the fixed cost. We had that when Russia was there. We do not now, but that will remain a strategic objective for us to always strive towards. We'll not stop long on this, but our business touches on a lot of issues, especially the upstream and downstream from us. And we try to work very actively with our partners and customers to make sure that we have the minimum footprint. And having Volvo as the key leading partner gives us a great strength in this area, given their focus on sustainability and having a minimal ecological footprint. Product offering at this time, Volvo CE, that's Kazakhstan, and then you have the trucks business, both conventional, but trucks, the electric trucks also taking a big leap forward now in Germany. Then we have Mechalak, which does backhoe loaders and small machines, compact equipment for city use, and have very strong market positions in Europe in that area, and we see the potential for that in other markets as well. In Kazakhstan in this case. And then we have the Sandvik crushers. I'll get back to US again, so won't dwell on that here. On this slide, I really only want to stress again the focus we place on the aftermarket. This is because as we see it, service and maintenance and really customer uptime, that comes first. When we can assure our customers that their machines will work all the time or their trucks will be running all the time, that's when we can make the sale. The biggest cost to our customers is not fuel, it's not depreciation, it's not operator or service maintenance. It's really if the machine shuts down. That's when they suffer the heavy cost. So that's why it's such an important part of selling the new equipment. So a big focus for us is always on the service and maintenance part to our customers, which allows us again to build the population. So it's a virtuous circle cycle in that way. This slide stresses again strategic direction that we have, which is always to get closer to the customers. The digital sales platform that we've built, where the telematics from the machines sends signals that we use to create sales leads, so that both our mechanics and our salespeople can reach out to customer before something stops, or just keeping a dialogue on them when they should update their fleet and bring in new equipment, and if there is more appropriate equipment for them. Another area which we are now looking at in Kazakhstan at several potential projects there, and we did quite a bit of in Russia, is something we'll call contracting services. This, we are quite convinced, is part of the future, especially in construction equipment, potentially in trucks as well. Transport as a service, it's usually referred to there. But in construction equipment, instead of buying excavators and articulated haulers from us, the customers pay us per cubic meter delivered. So we own the machines, we hire the operators, we run the service, we have the spare parts storage on site, and the customers pay us again per cubic meter or ton or kilometer, usually a combination of the three, that we deliver to the point that they need. This aligns, I would say, incentives in a different way. The more efficient we can be, the more we can lower the charge we take on them, and the more profitable they will be. So again, quite certain that that's a big part of the future and a place that we definitely a space that we want to occupy. This slide really just to show you where we are in Germany. In the heart of European transport is one of the way we look at it. Germany in the middle as the biggest industrial country in Europe, and us in the middle of Germany. And again, to get you a sense of what it looks like in Kazakhstan, this is where we are at the moment. We have a head office in Almaty, on the very border to China there, and a special focus on road construction we have in Astana. That's a very big area in Kazakhstan. It's a country that puts a lot of investments into infrastructure at the moment. US then, our new frontier. We will then be the dealer for Volvo Construction Equipment in all or parts of 9 states in the US, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Western Pennsylvania, Eastern Missouri, Southern Illinois, and several counties in Tennessee and Maryland. So this is what some of you will know of as the Rust Belt. There is a lot of mining in this area. There is also a lot of general construction. And when we look at the US plans for infrastructure investment, this is an important area in the US where there will be such infrastructure investment. Market 4,000 machines in our GPE class, so it's a narrower band than if you look at the total sales of machines. Dropped a little bit in 20 and 21 due to COVID in that period. Something about the rationale here. I mentioned earlier when we looked at our strategic objectives that geographical expansion has always been something that we've been looking at to get a more diversified portfolio of countries in the world, to build on our relationship with VCE and Volvo Trucks as well, across market to become a bigger partner for Volvo, which allows us to make more brand-specific investments, both in workshops but also in organization, which again aligns very well with VCE and Volvo Trucks. Following the sale of Russia at the end of 22, we intensified these. We got money out of Russia. We would probably like to got more, but the situation was such that we were very fortunate, as we see it, and worked hard to create the opportunity to exit. And again, we said early in our communication to the market that we would look to expand with the resources we got from Russia. And US being the second biggest market in the world for construction equipment after China, with again a very big infrastructure program, something that the two sides in US politics actually happen to agree on, is that they have to update their infrastructure. So that's something that seems quite sure that we'll see big investments in that area. And we think then that Rudd, a construction equipment company, is a very good fit for us, given the scale and the platform that they have. This is a well-functioning company. We took over Germany in very different circumstances. We took assets from Volvo. We bought several small family workshops, so a very different structure, whereas here, a well-run, very company going far back with very solid customer relationships. And it gives us a very strong base in the US for potential further expansion as well, but first to really develop the potential that we see in this business, and we do think that it can be driven further, and that there is more potential than is currently being found in the company. A little bit about Rudd again. It was founded in 52 by the current owner's father, based in Louisville, Kentucky, 13 outlets, 360 employees. And it's one of the biggest distributors for VCE in the US. They have a few more big ones, but it's a bit of a patchwork in the rest of the US, so this is one of the bigger ones. And they also have other brands. Hitachi Sandvik Linkbelt. Linkbelt does cranes. And as you can see here from the next bullet, VCE is, however, about 70% of the total revenue, so that's clearly the leading part. In 22, Rudd had sales of 308 million and an EBIT of 16.5. That's converted to IFRS. They report on US GAAP by the company that we have worked with on the due diligence for the acquisition. So 5.3% EBIT margin there on that basis. And we can see in the 6 months, first 6 months of 23, a little bit lower if you would pace it over the year on revenue, but as it were a bit stronger, so close to 7% there on EBIT. And you have the earnings before tax numbers there as well. On the transaction, we then acquire 100% of the stock, the shares in Rudd Equipment Company for $95 million. In addition to this, we acquire 2 of the properties that the business is currently using. And after that, then Rudd will own 8 of the 13 locations, the rest being leased on long-term contracts. So total price for the business is 105 million, and we will acquire that partly with own cash. So again, the resources we have on balance sheet, and 45 million we will use bank debt, and we have a commitment letter from Nordea for that, and also in addition to that for a working capital facility in the US as well. And of course, we will continue our work with VFS as well, Volvo Financial Services, as we do in all our markets. Consents and approvals for the transaction have all been obtained. The key one of that being, of course, that Volvo CE itself is supportive of the transaction. And we expect to close that very soon, next week, basically. Very briefly on third quarter, we said weak operationally, key strategically. So we were not happy with our performance in the third quarter. But then key strategically, I think that drives both at the big acquisition, which is transformative for Ferronordic. We, I mean, double the revenue, so it really changes the profile of the business and the weight of the different business segments. But in the quarter, we had strong growth. But we had too high costs, and it really comes most from Germany, where we built an organization for stronger growth than we were able to achieve, and that's both in new sales and aftermarket. And we can see here when we look at the group level, 56% increase in revenue. That's then across both operating segments. But overall, lower margins, higher costs, and also a higher working capital. And of course, that higher working capital ties in to our expectation versus the outcome, so we're left with more inventory than we had planned for. So across the group, we were at negative operating result of -28, margin -4.4. And again, a disappointment for us. We built momentum in Germany and Kazakhstan, and now we fell back. But we will work hard to get back to first where we were, and then far beyond that. We continue to see great potential. Germany itself, 45% more sales, and we were in line with market, including LCV sales. Excluding the LCVs, we were actually taking market share, so we increased, but a negative operating profit after 2 positive quarters, and that was again disappointing. We got our first subsidies for electric trucks, which is very encouraging, so that process is now running. The German government compensates 80% of the difference in price between electric and diesel trucks to the user. So we received the first subsidies. In Kazakhstan, we took market shares, but sold less than we had anticipated, and carried a higher cost there as well, some of which I probably would maybe consider more one-off. But again, a disappointing result. We'll work hard to correct that. In Germany, we launched a cost reduction program in Q3, which will continue into Q4 as well, to basically make the organization more fit for current conditions and more efficient. Just highlighting again the trend, we were creating profitability over a time, and we were very confident that we would be able to build on that, but the market did falter, and we need to adapt to that and make our organization more efficient. Kazakhstan still in positive territory, but again, a disappointment that we weren't able to grow on Q1 and Q2 there. So with that, I think I'm holding the time fairly well. A summary in terms of outlook. We have clearly seen signs in Germany of a slowing economy. Customers pressed under interest rates and inflation, so they are more cautious to place orders going forward. On the other hand, we're quite upbeat on aftermarket, which again should be a buffer to the business, where again margins are also a bit higher. When customers buy less new trucks, they need to maintain the previous one more, and that sort of brings some balance in the near term. In the longer term, I mentioned Germany and our area being really in the dead center of all European economic activity. So we're still confident in the potential that we have in that area. Seeing growing interest in electric trucks, special concern for customers, as I'm sure you can guess, is the loading capacity, the charging capacity. But that's being ruled out now, also getting subsidies from the state, and with that comes more comfort in electric. And with the subsidies, the economics are very compelling. So quite confident that will grow as well. In Kazakhstan, we continue to develop the business and also look to broaden the portfolio. I mentioned contracting services. That's something we want to do there in partnership with VC, who are also very interested to see that that part of the business grow. And Kazakhstan, again, being also in an interesting position with China and Turkey also investing a lot in the market, the Chinese Silkway going partly through the country. So we think it's also in an interesting position. There are also a lot of infrastructure investments. And excited, of course, about the opportunities in the US and the promises that market holds. With that, I'm 1 minute past, I think. I'll pass over for questions.
Yeah, that's okay. We have time for some questions. And I'll go straight ahead, focusing on the Rudd acquisition, since that's probably the most exciting thing going on right now. First of all, if we disregard the financials and the fact that it's a profitable company and all that, what was it that made Rudd a good strategic fit for Ferronordic?
I think, I mean, this is all when we look at expansion opportunities, we have a dialogue with Volvo where we see potential to develop markets. And when we look at the organization, it's a very good fit, both how they operate in terms of their network and how they're structured as an organization, and also the portfolio of products they have. So we really think coming in there, we see some growth opportunities, maybe especially in the general construction area, but also in mining. And our experience in the mining area with contracting services, we think is also a concept that is valid there. So there we also see potential. And adding to that, the digital sales tools that we used a lot, as you know, Adrian, in Russia, but also in Kazakhstan now, really helped to drive growth there, something that we also think that we have potential to develop in the US. So really, besides the financials and the fit in structure, financially, I think also, again, operationally, it's a very attractive fit for us. And it provides us that platform into the US market.
Yeah, and when you announced the acquisition, you called it a first step in expanding North America, implying that there is a second and a third and a fourth step here. And can you talk a bit about, obviously you can't say anything specific, but does that imply more M&A in North America? Does it imply that you are going to do some organic investments in opening new workshops? What are those next steps, so to say?
Well, you're right. I can't say anything concrete. I think we really have stuck and will stick to that second or third slide on our strategic cornerstones or strategic objectives. So geographic expansion will remain a core objective. And then I'm thinking more M&A. It could be, I mean, if there is a market where there is no one present, but there really aren't such markets around in the world. But then I'm thinking more that we will continue to look for such opportunities, meaning M&A. I think also we have to digest and pace ourselves and make sure that we have the financial stability and financial strength to move forward. But look at opportunities. We will continue to do so. And then organically, yes, there is more room for workshops in our area, but it's running well as it is now. So we will be probably quite cautious or methodological in how we develop that. And also expansion into different business areas. We'll continue to review the portfolio. Is there potential? And here it has to be a complementary product to VC. That's how we see it. Or to Volvo Trucks in Germany. So that we build more. We have that in Kazakhstan where customers want a product package. And if we can only offer parts of that package, they sometimes terms of competitors like Caterpillar or Komatsu. So we want to make sure that we can offer everything. And if Volvo doesn't have everything, they're only happy for us to bring in complementary products. And then contracting services, also an expansion opportunity there in the US as well.
Yeah. And then from an organizational standpoint, you become sort of a global company now, or as of 30th November at least. Is this going to impact the German business? Are we going to see some synergies between Germany and the US, or are these going to operate more like two separate units?
I think more, I mean, if we look operationally, and especially initially, more as separate operational units. And I think given that Germany is Volvo Trucks, and Kazakhstan is construction equipment, US is construction equipment. I see maybe more actually cooperation between cooperation. It's more crossover that we can, again, the way we utilize the digital sales in Kazakhstan is something that we can apply in the US as well. Probably best practices in the US that we can bring to Kazakhstan, etc. So of course we will try to look at such synergies also with, I mean, the trucks business where we have practices that we think work well. We'll bring them across the rest of the organization. And we have a few such initiatives that we note specifically. But I think, I mean, to your question, at least initially, operated quite separately as a group when it comes to balance sheet and financial effects. Then, of course, it's inevitable that we'll be a group there where we try to operate as efficiently as possible across the financial markets that we're involved in.
Okay, that's very helpful. And with that being said, I think we've unfortunately run out of time. So I'll just take the opportunity to thank you for your presentation and for answering all of my questions.
Thank you. And thank everybody for their interest in Ferronordic.
Hello, and welcome to ABG Sundal Collier's Investor Days. My name is Olof Cederholm, and I am the analyst from ABG's side that covers Eolus Vind. I'm very happy to introduce Per Vitalisson, CEO. Please go ahead, Per.
Thank you, Olof, for the introduction and for the opportunity to present Eolus here today. Eolus is a developer of renewable energy, being active in Northern Europe and southwestern US. We've been in the industry since the beginning of the 90s, so quite a long experience from the industry. We are a developer, developing projects from greenfield. Our preferred business model is to sell at ready to build. So we are doing all the development, all the optimization, all the procurement at our own risk. Selling at ready to build means that the construction financing is normally provided by the investor. We are willing to take some risk during construction. We provide construction management services to the investor, and in the end, we hand over operating assets to our customers. We also provide asset management services, being technical and commercial services. A lot of the financial investors that we are working with, they don't want to build up technical asset management teams, for instance. So normally we get quite long asset management agreements with the investors, and they could be like 5, 10, or 15 years long. We're coming from the onshore wind side of the industry, since that is the most mature technology, and in most markets, onshore wind is the cheapest way to provide new production to the system. Different markets have different specifics and different needs for their electrical current and future electrical system. So we should always strive to develop project that we think will be the best commercial viable, or the project that solves the issues in the system at the point in the future when they are ready for construction. That's why we are developing not only onshore wind projects, but also offshore wind, solar PV projects, and energy storage projects. In the Nordics, onshore wind is definitely the cheapest production source. Due to the mega trends of electrification, a lot of offshore wind will be needed, since it's the second cheapest production source, and to be able to construct those volumes needed, offshore wind will definitely be needed. We're developing solar PV projects, both as standalone and as combinations, hybrid projects, together with wind installations to utilize grid connection, for instance, and to deliver an even more stable output, which increases the value of the facilities. And in several markets, for instance, where we're active in the southwestern US, solar PV can produce power cheaper than onshore wind, but it is being built also in such large volumes that you also need to combine it with some other source of production or energy storage. So in the US, all of our larger solar projects are combinations of solar and battery energy storage. We also do standalone battery storage projects, also that especially in the US, where they have major issues with grid stability, for instance. We've had headquarters in Sweden, in Skåne, offices spread across Sweden. We're also present in Finland, in the Baltics, in Warsaw, in Poland, and in US, based in San Diego. So listed at the Stockholm Exchange with roughly 35,000 shareholders. Last Friday, we announced our Q3 report. We had net sales of 127 million SEK with a net profit of 94 million. And to the right, you see the accumulated figures for the first nine months. So 2.1 billion in turnover with a net profit of 500 million. Financially sound, I would say, with an equity to asset ratio of 57% as per Q3. Our business model is striving to be asset light, since we're aiming to have the construction financed by the investors. In some projects, we have to start construction before we can sell. So that makes some changes, that drives some changes in both profit and loss and net sales or project margins in percentage. So I usually say that to understand Eolus, it's important to follow the press releases about the projects, how we are selling the projects, and how we are accounting for revenues and profits. Revenues and profits from the third quarter came mainly from three different revenue streams. The first one being increased degree of completion of our construction projects in Sweden, with 61 turbines under construction in advanced or late stage of construction, where the first three here, Skallberget, Utterberget, Tjärnäs, and Rosenskog, are the ones that are most advanced. We sold them to the Swiss utility BKW this summer. We're now constructing them on behalf of them. We aim to complete it and to hand it over to them before the year end. Then we have the Storsjönsjön project, 42 turbines outside Sundsvall. We've sold it to, or I should say, we've partnered up with Hydro. So Eolus holds 51% of the project, and we've sold it to jointly then to MEAG, and Hydro will stay on as a minority owner in that project. This project is slightly delayed, mainly due to that the turbine supplier is delayed in the construction, but all turbines are erected, and as of last week, the first 12 turbines were in operation. So we don't expect any major consequences from that, but we will not be able to hand it over before year end. The second important thing that had a large effect on the quarter was the arbitration award for the project Kråktorpet and Nylandsbergen that were completed during 2019. There was a dispute with the civil contractor. It has finally been settled by the arbitration tribunal, and was a quite positive outcome for us. So it had a positive effect on our profit and loss of 85 million SEK during the quarter. And the reason why we have a negative cash flow out from this in Q4 is that we have, during the dispute, withheld payments to the contractor, and some of them we have to pay now. The third the topic was that we received the final payment for the CALD battery storage project in Los Angeles, which we have developed, sold, and we got paid by milestone payments. So we have done now all our part in the project, and this will be it was from our side delivered on time and in accordance with our budget. And the project will be taken into operation by the investor IPA Power in the beginning of 2024. We also announced that we have made investment decision for the next American standalone battery storage project. It's a 100 megawatt project in San Diego with 4 hours duration. We have procured the battery system and the construction. Entered into the construction agreement for the project. So this has affected our cash flow during Q3, and we expect to sell this project during first half of 2024, and also take the project into operation later 2024. Our offshore portfolio has grown significantly during the last year, now amounting to around 10 gigawatt. During the quarter, we filed the application for environmental permit for the 1,000 megawatt project Westwind, located west of Gothenburg. The applications were handed into the Swedish government and to the Land and Environmental Court. We also entered into a letter of intent with Volvo Cars, where their interest is to, in the end, enter into a power purchase agreement to buy power from the wind farm to supply their factories in Gothenburg. There and also there and Northvolt's joint venture regarding the battery factory in Gothenburg. We also announced that we are doing a strategic review of our offshore business. The portfolio has grown so much. It's now 10 gigawatt out of total 25 gigawatt. We see that this will require substantial development expenses over the coming years. We want to rebalance our total portfolio a bit, and to screen the market for potential industrial and financial partners for the future development of the projects, to give the projects the best possible best possibilities for both being permitted and constructed in the end. So that's an ongoing activity that we are performing. We also submitted another permit application for the Arkona offshore project located south of Trelleborg in Skåne. So looking at our total project portfolio, we have a portfolio of 25 gigawatt. I mentioned the share of the portfolio of 10 gigawatt being offshore wind, 7 gigawatt being onshore wind, 5 gigawatt solar, and almost 3 gigawatt battery storage project. And looking at how it's spread geographically, we have almost half of our portfolio in Sweden. US is our second largest market with a quarter of the portfolio. We are expanding in Finland and Poland also, I would say. Oh, sorry. Midterm, we communicate about the projects we have in late stage. This is the projects you can expect from Eolus in the coming years. But we have also to add constantly add new projects to this list to be successful. So we communicate about those projects also at our website, and we update the list quarterly. Just to mention a few things from the report, you can see that fixed assets, property, plant, and equipment have increased quite significantly. That is land lease in San Diego connected to the POEM project. Due to IFRS accounting rules, we have to have it on the balance sheet. So you have the corresponding figure here on the debt side. So to summarize, an okay quarter, very much focused on now on the completion of the ongoing construction projects, and we are, I would say, very well positioned to continue to feed on the mega trend of electrification with a high quality project pipeline maturing and with focus to deliver good projects for many years to come. We have a quite an expansive business plan. We have more or less doubled the headcount in the company during the last 18 months. Of course, there are challenges in the market with the increasing capex prices, the higher interest rates, and the higher return expectations. But so far, it has been set off by or balanced out by the higher future expectations for power prices in the different markets. So, thank you.
Thank you, Per. Very good, very interesting. I have a question on the market dynamics right now. We've seen, as you mentioned, the higher interest rates putting somewhat of a cap on the activity in the market, slightly less projects being started and so forth. Can you talk a little bit about the changing dynamics, changing of customers maybe, and so forth?
Yes. We see when it comes to customers or investors, we see that deals take longer time. There's still absolutely huge appetite to invest in projects and in this sector. We see a revival for utilities. We see less, or we see some of the financial investors, the pension funds, insurance companies are struggling a little now to be as competitive as they were, and they also have some other investment alternatives. So more utilities in the game, and they are maybe not the fastest, but they are very good strategic investors.
And you also alluded to that prices, project values have come up on the back of the long-term power prices. So you're not giving up any of your returns, do you think, or is there pressure on your returns as well?
We're fighting to keep them, of course, and so far it has been possible. And it's definitely our aim to keep it that way. And there is definitely in all markets a lack of projects that also keep up project prices for ready to construct projects. At the other side of the pipeline, we see for early development pipelines. We see that there are more for sale now, which is an opportunity for us also compared to develop projects ourselves, and that prices and seller expectation have gone down a bit in that end.
Yeah. And on going back to maybe the market over the last let's say 2021, 22, even beyond that, when you had all the financial buyers in there, was maybe not too good to be true, but at least helped by low interest rates. What do you think can entice the financial buyers to come back? Do you think it's entirely about the interest rate, or could other factors play a role as well?
It's much about interest rate and seeing stabilization of the interest rates and hopefully see them come down a bit will encourage them to come back. There's definitely a huge appetite to invest in renewables.
Yeah. And looking at your business mix, it's been you alluded to it in the presentation. You started out onshore wind. You've done some storage deals, which have been very profitable in the US. And now you're working with the offshore side. How should we see Eolus in a 3 to 5 year perspective? What do you think the business mix will look like then?
In terms of megawatt, where we have the goal to sell 1,000 megawatts, now we're saying we have a growth target to sell on average 1,500 megawatts. That will be a mix of the different technologies, and definitely the onshore wind has the highest margin per megawatt. The offshore wind have lower margin per megawatt since they are in early phase, and there's so much more risk left in the projects there. So I expect the highest margin for the next 5 years to come from onshore wind. In megawatt volume, it will be a lot of both offshore wind, but also from the really large US projects, the large solar projects in the deserts of Arizona, for instance, and our US business is now also really boosted by the Inflation Reduction Act, which has increased the value of the projects a lot.
Excellent. Time is almost up. From my side, thank you very much, Per. Do you have any concluding remarks you would like to share before we close?
No, we have a quite positive view on the future, and we're well prepared to take on whatever comes. So
fantastic.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining.
Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With me now, I have the CEO of Ecoclime, Christer Werner, here to present the company for us. This is a company I currently cover. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here. I'm actually going to switch to Swedish, which I hope is suitable for most of you. Maybe next time I will turn up speaking English instead. Så vad roligt att få vara här och prata om Ecoclime, fint företagsgrupp, en koncern som jag har förmånen att få vara chef för sedan drygt 6 månader tillbaks. Jag tänkte idag berätta om vilka vi är, vad vi gör, var vi är någonstans just nu, vad som är kärnan i våran leverans och också berätta lite om hur vi ser på framtiden och vad vi faktiskt åstadkommer just nu. Ser fram emot frågor, så jag ska försöka hålla mig ganska stringent och kort här och ge en blick, så hoppas jag vi återkommer till frågor. Vi är en koncern vars syfte är att framtidssäkra fastigheter och skapa minimal klimatpåverkan från vårt fastighetsbestånd med ökad lönsamhet, vilket innebär att vi jobbar med de frågeställningar som faktiskt idag då är extremt i ropet när det gäller att hantera vårt fastighetsbestånd utifrån det klimatavtryck som fastigheterna gör och den energiklassificering och de diskussioner som jag tror att väldigt många av er är väl pålästa kring runt regulatoriska krav som finns och kommer att finnas runt fastigheter. Men också ge fastighetsägare möjligheten att ha en förbättrad lönsamhet och utveckla lönsamheten och driftnettot under den här tiden. Så vår vision som vi jobbar med är alltså ett nollavtryck från fastigheter, zero emission buildings, det vill säga fastigheter som är självförsörjande på termisk energi och genom cirkulär energi och termisk energi. Vi jobbar med värmeenergi i fastigheten. Jag ska som sagt berätta lite om vad vi är nu, våran kärna i våran leverans och vart vi är på väg. Tittar man på Ecoclime-koncernen idag så är vi en väldigt väl positionerad helhetsleverantör som inom energieffektivisering för fastigheter. Och vi har inom våran koncern alla delar från innovation, tillverkning av produkter där vi har patenterade egna lösningar som jag kommer att beskriva en hel del om. Och vi har alltså egen tillverkning, egen fabrik uppe i Vilhelmina i Lappland, Västerbotten. Vi har också verksamheter som kan hantera installation, drift och servicetjänster runt hantera energieffektivisering av fastigheter och göra fastigheter smarta i den här vägen. Det här skapar möjligheter för oss att vara med kunderna under en stor del av energieffektiviseringsresan. Vi kan vara en bra partner till fastighetsägarna och vi kan också skapa långsiktiga kundrelationer med återkommande intäkter under en lång period där vi också är med i fastigheternas utveckling. Och vårt erbjudande innehåller då delar både när det gäller återvinning av värme. Där finns det ett par olika delar, både när det gäller luft och när det gäller spillvatten och andra delar. Jag tänker specifikt prata mer om återvinning av spillenergin i spillvattnet sen då. Vi jobbar med bättre inomhusklimat, där vi har egna lösningar för komfort, inomhuskomfort och de delarna kommer jag inte beröra så jättemycket, men vi har även installationsverksamhet för inomhusklimat. Vi jobbar med smarta energianvändning. Vi har molnbaserade plattform för smart energistyrning, fokus på värme och värmeenergi i fastigheter. Men även möjlighet att skala det här utanför de delarna. Och vi jobbar med förnybar energiproduktion. Vi borrar bergvärme och de delarna har inom koncernen finns det bolag som hanterar bergvärmeborrning. Det innebär att vi alltså kan hantera många delar i en fastighetsägares utveckling för lönsamma. Förra året omsatte vi 241 miljoner. Vi växer i år. Kommer att komma tillbaka till det på slutet och prata lite om vad vi siktar framåt. Och det kan ni se, vi opererar i 3 affärsområden. Pratar vi smarta fastigheter så är det ungefär halva vår verksamhet förra året och cirkulär energi ungefär 35%, tredjedel och inomhusklimatsdelarna något mindre. Idag opererar vi 100% enbart i Sverige. Har inga affärer någon annanstans, men det är klart att på en hel del av våra lösningar så ser vi ju såklart Europa som som en marknad som vi kommer att adressera över tid framåt här nu då. Jag säger att vi opererar i 3 affärsområden. Vi har de 3 affärsområdena cirkulär energi, smarta fastigheter och inomhusklimat. Fokuset idag här när jag sen kliver vidare ligger inom cirkulär energi, där vi hanterar cirkulära energilösningar för fastighetsägaren, där vi har vår egen patenterade värmeåtervinning från spillvattnet Evertherm. Vi har också bergvärme borrverksamhet där vi idag faktiskt är först i världen med att borra med elektrisk kompressor inomhus i ett parkeringsgarage i Stockholms innerstad. Och några har säkert läst om att Bonnier gör storsatsning i sin fastighet, och det är vi som borrar där med den världens första helt elektriska kompressor som Atlas Copco har levererat. Vi jobbar med smarta fastigheter. Där har vi en egen molnbaserad plattform för att kunna aggregera data och styra data från fastigheten. Vi jobbar med olika typer av fastighetsautomation och styrning. Vi har företag som arbetar med komplicerade fastigheter inom automation och styrning och bygger kundunika lösningar för det baserat på egna produkter och systemlösningar. Och vi har några väldigt krävande fastigheter och fastighetsägare där. Några som jag inte får berätta om, men vi jobbar med stora serverhalsleverantörer. Vi jobbar även med en del komplicerade fastigheter uppe på Nya Karolinska, där det krävs väldigt mycket avseende att kunna styra, övervaka, följa upp, hantera larmverksamhet i de fastigheterna. Vi har även verksamheter runt utbyte av belysning i fastigheter. Byte mot gamla lysrörsverksamhet eller gamla lysrör till nya LED-belysningar där vi har egna sourcade brandade produkter inom utbyte av LED-belysning. Vi byter även och installerar laddare. Vi har även där brandade egna produkter inom att byta ut gamla, ni känner till hela norra Sverige är ju fullt med motorvärmastolpar och att byta ut det här mot smarta elbilsladdningar är en fantastiskt bra lösning som vi har för det. Inomhusklimat, installationsverksamhet inomhusklimatverksamhet. Vi har även en typ av komfortpanel som går att installera i tak med väldigt lite installationsutrymme och ger en väldigt bra inomhusklimat. Den heter Karisma hos oss. Finns installerad på ett antal fastigheter. Idag gör vi just nu inga större satsningar runt den då vi väljer att satsa på den nästa produkt som jag tänker jag skulle verkligen dyka lite i som finns inom cirkulär energi, och det är vårt Evertherm-system. Vårt Evertherm-system, det är egentligen här resan började med Ecoclime en gång i tiden. Och det är kärnan i vår koncerns erbjudande där vi är unika i världen. 50% av all energi som tillförs en fastighet tillförs för uppvärmning av fastigheten. Och när vi använt den för olika typer av värme, och när tittar vi på till exempel varmvattendelen så tar vi in i snitt 7-8 gradigt vatten som vi sedan värmer. Vi diskar i 55, vi tvättar i 40, 60, 90, vi duschar i 38 och även faktiskt toalettstolen står i någon timme eller 2 mellan spolningarna och värms upp av värme som vi tar från luften i huset. Så utforsar ungefär i snitt 25 gradigt vatten. Det kan variera lite mellan olika fastigheter. Men att då kunna ta rätt på den här värmeenergin som finns, som har tillförts det här vattnet som vi annars egentligen spolar ut. Det kan vi göra med vår Evertherm-lösning med verkningsgrad som är över 90%. Vi har idag ingen installation som inte når en bra bit över 90% och det vi lovar när vi installerar den. Och det här ger enorma fördelar för en fastighetsägare. I det här systemet där vi även samlar upp spillvattnet, eftersom det här sker ganska intermittent i en fastighet som ni kanske förstår, där man har ju inte ett jämnt flöde och det finns ju såklart alternativa lösningar med rörlösningar och annat, men de försöker hantera ett intermittent flöde. Vi samlar ihop allt spillvatten från fastigheterna i vad vi kallar en bufferttank. Och det kan ni ju egentligen jämföra med ett termiskt energilager i fastigheten där det går att plocka ur den här energin vid det tillfället när man faktiskt bäst behöver den eller vill tillföra den. Så plockar vi ur den med vår lösning och så återför vi det till värmesystemet och till tappvarmvattnet. Och så skickar vi ut vatten som vi faktiskt har hanterat på ett sådant sätt. Dels har vi plockat ner det i temperatur och sen har vi med lite olika typer av hantering slagit sönder. Så till exempel fettproblematik och annat har visat sig bli mycket, mycket bättre efter att man har gjort det på det här sättet. Det här är en unik lösning. Vi har patent i Europa och vi har faktiskt patent i Nordamerika på den här lösningen också. Den tror vi oerhört mycket på och jag ska berätta lite om varför vi tror så starkt på den. Det är ju därför att byggnader står för en stor del av energianvändningen och klimatavtrycket och växthusgaserna. Det är ju allmänt känt. Vi ser ju att ur ett regulatoriskt perspektiv så kommer det kraftigt ökade krav på fastighetsägare framåt att kunna energieffektivisera sina fastigheter. Energianvändning per kvadratmeter. Och även om det såklart finns olika typer av diskussioner inom EU där vi faktiskt i Sverige är relativt duktiga trots eller kanske just på grund av vårt kalla klimat så har vi varit väldigt effektiva. Så det är klart att en stark drivkraft är ju för fastighetsägare att kunna förflytta sina fastigheter uppåt både ur ett klimatavtryck för att åstadkomma en framtidssäkrad fastighet men också kanske olika typer av förbättrade finansieringsmöjligheter som vi idag ser är kraftigt styrda till de här delarna. Vi ser ju också att fjärrvärmepriserna, om vi ser på fler bostadshus, ökar kraftigt. Vi har haft en snittökning om man går in och läser som är 7,7%. Men jag tror vi har haft olika typer av ökningar framåt som vi har kunnat läsa i pressen nu som är klart över 10%. Och lite beroende på hur det ser ut framåt så ser vi ju ökade priser, eller kan förutspå ökade värme- och fjärrvärmepriser framåt. De här sammantaget skapar otroligt stora utmaningar för fastighetsägaren. Vi ser även att elpriserna framåt förutspås väldigt volatila. Även om vi kanske står inför en annan situation den här vintern än vad vi gjorde förra vintern så ser vi ändå att alla vill ha energi ungefär vid samma tillfälle. Och då kommer det vara väldigt dyrt att hantera effekten vid de tillfällena. Kan man då dels återanvända energin men också göra det vid det tillfället när man kan få ut mest nytta. Så har man ju naturligtvis stora möjligheter att hantera både sitt klimatavtryck men framförallt sitt driftnetto. Så idag kämpar väl alla fastighetsägare med att hantera sitt driftnetto över den här tiden. Tittar man då på potentialen som finns i energibesparing så är den här bilden ni ser där med lite olika typer av energibesparingspotential. Fönsterbyten, isolering i yttervägg, isolering i tak, frånluftsvärmesystem och hantering av energin i spillvattnet genom överterm. Det är ett snitt över alla flerfamiljsfastigheter som finns i Sverige, över alla byggår. Och då ser vi att 32% av möjlig energieffektivisering i svenska fastigheter finns att hämta i spillvattnet, i energin i spillvattnet. 7 gigawattimmar på årsbasis i Sverige. Tittar man på nyproducerade fastigheter som befinner sig i kanske producerade under det här millenniet så ser vi att det kanske är betydligt över 50% energibesparing som går att åstadkomma genom Evertime-systemet. Det beror ju på att man har väldigt bra fönster, väldigt bra isolering och frånluftsvärme redan. Och då finns det inte så många andra saker att gripa an. Så att i relativa tal så är det mycket, mycket mer att hämta ur en nybyggd. Tittar man på om vi tar miljonprogrammet så är det klart att då finns det ju väldigt mycket att göra på många olika delar. Men i absoluta tal så är det en enorm besparing att kunna adressera 32% av energibesparingen. Det innebär att vi kan alltså spara upp till 30% av energin och faktiskt upp till 50% av effektbehovet. Våran lösning är som mest effektiv när energin behövs som mest, vilket innebär att den gör som störst nytta på vintern. Det här är ju snittsiffror jag har visat tidigare. Det gör som störst nytta till exempel på vintern när energibehovet är som störst, till exempel utifrån våra fjärrvärmenät och annat. Det här är en enorm potential. Jag visar svenska siffror nu. Tänk er i Europa eller andra delar av världen hur mycket varmt vatten som spolas ut. Och det finns ju faktiskt en hel del industrier som använder väldigt mycket varmt vatten som spolas ut i vårt avloppssystem. Jag pratar lite om den här potentialen. Och då har vi ett koncept som vi kallar för energiresan. Och det är ett koncept där vi kan hjälpa fastighetsägarna att genomföra en energieffektiviseringsresa. Börjar man med att installera ett evertermsystem och greppar an de 32% eller kanske över 50%. Börjar man med det så ser vi, om vi investerar i det som är de ljusblåa fälten, så kan man åstadkomma en ny driftskostnad som är det gröna fältet i förhållande till den gamla driftskostnaden som har räknat på en snittutveckling av el- och fjärrvärmepriser. Inte de här enorma som vi har sett just nu, utan det här är faktiskt betydligt lägre räknat. Så kan man säga att vi har en driftskostnad här idag. Vi kan återanvända energin 9 gånger, vilket innebär att vi betalar för energin i tappvarmvatten eller värmeutvinningen, och sen så kan vi använda den 10 gånger till samma gång. Då får vi en ny energikostnad. Och det innebär ju att vi, det mörkblåa, i förhållande till vad vi hade haft om vi inte hade tagit rätt på den energin, så har vi alltså skapat oss ett stort investeringsutrymme för att göra de andra investeringarna som naturligtvis behövs. Dels har vi förbättrat våra driftnetto med den här delen, men vi kan också hantera andra investeringar som behövs över tid. Till exempel hantera isoleringar eller frånluftsvärme eller någonting. Så det har visat sig att om man gör investeringar i rätt ordning så kan man åstadkomma hävstänger som gör att man faktiskt kan finansiera andra investeringar i energibesparingar över tid. Och det gör man ju därför att genom evertermsystemet så förflyttar man energiklassificeringen bland annat väldigt mycket, och det skapar ju till exempel finansiella hävstänger med bättre lånevillkor etc. för den här verksamheten. Det här är kärnan i våran leverans, eller i våran verksamhet, vårt evertermsystem. Var kommer vi ifrån då? Jo, vi kommer ifrån en verksamhet uppe i Lappland i Västerbotten, i Vilhelmina, där vi startade egentligen betydligt tidigare än 2013, men 2013 så förvärvades den verksamheten in till det som är Ecoclime idag. Och grunden är en polymer värmeabsorbent, en skiva som kan hantera, som kan absorbera energin på ett väldigt effektivt sätt. Den kan också utsättas och stå i väldigt tuffa miljöer, till exempel i tankar med skitigt vatten. Och vi har ju installerat en del sådana här långt bak i tiden på test, och vi har tagit upp dem och spolat av dem med vatten, och de ger samma effekt och verkningsgrad över tid. Och det fina i det här är att de inte får de här typerna av beläggningar som till exempel en plattvärmeväxlare i koppar eller någonting annat skulle få. Vi började sälja en del av de här energikollektorerna i olika typer av vattenreningsverk. Vi gjorde några olika typer av tester med fastighetsägare, och det visade sig att vi hade väldigt god verkningsgrad effekt av dem. För att kunna hantera det här så har vi, för att kunna så att säga förstå marknaden och annat, så har vi förvärvat installationsverksamheter runt omkring med syftet att kunna ta ett helhetsgrepp om energieffektivisering av fastigheter och verka med evertermsystemet i grunden. Vi är noterade på Nasdaq First North Premier sedan 2021, och nu ser vi ju verkligen att behovet av energieffektivisering, förbättra driftnetto och hantera sitt klimatavtryck ökar kraftigt. Så efterfrågan är kraftig på vårt evertermsystem idag. Vi har växt under åren. Jag sa 241 miljoner förra året, och vi växer även i år. Vårt affärsområde cirkulär energi med evertermsystemet växte organiskt med över 150% under Q3 i år. Så förstår ju alla att vi agerar i en värld med fastighets- och byggbranschen. Det byggs inte så vansinnigt mycket just nu, som ni alla vet. Vi hade en stor del av vår försäljning mot nybygge. Vi har svängt över den där och jobbar idag väldigt aktivt och framgångsrikt med ROT-projekt. Allmännyttan har stora miljonprogram som behöver hantera energieffektivisering, och vi är ganska framgångsrika där, och mot bostadsrättssegmentet. Som vi säger att vi har haft tillväxt till varje till alla medel nu, så kan jag säga att det är kontrollerad tillväxt. Det är stort fokus på lönsamhet, kassaflöde och en kontrollerad tillväxt framåt. Och jag ser att vi kommer att ha den här omvärldsfaktorerna kanske de närmsta 2 åren. Jag tycker vi har lyckats väldigt bra att ställa om vår verksamhet under den sista tiden utifrån ett antal. Dels att vi har hittat kunder och kundbas att växa med. Vi ser att efterfrågan är stark på våran energieffektiviseringslösningar. Och vi har jobbat intensivt med våran organisation och verksamhet för att kunna skaffa oss utrymme för att växa framåt och motsvara den tillväxt som vi ser i våra produkter. Där någonstans tänkte jag stanna.
Tack så mycket för det, Christer. Låt oss gå vidare till lite frågor då.
Ja.
Jag tänker vi stannar kvar lite på Evertherm till att börja. 150% tillväxt i Q3. Det är en stor siffra. Och du var inne redan lite på det. Byggkonjunkturen har ju inte utvecklats positivt. Vad tror du är som har möjliggjort att ni växer så här? Och ni skrev ju även att er produktionsanläggning är fullbelagd en bit in i nästa år.
Ja, men jag tror att det framförallt handlar väldigt mycket om att efterfrågan på att kunna hantera sitt driftnetto. Att kunna göra smarta lösningar för att hantera lönsamheten. Och därmed också skaffa sig ett förbättrat fastighetsvärde över tid är enormt stora. Jag tror att vi har varit framgångsrika i att svänga om i att adressera olika kundsegment. Allmännyttan, bostadsrättsföreningar. Det finns ju många bostadsrättsföreningar i Sverige med stora fastigheter som naturligtvis jobbar hårt för sina bostadsrättsinnehavare för att förbättra sitt driftnetto för att kunna hålla månadsavgifter och annat nere. Så vi har varit framgångsrika i att kunna sälja system till den här gruppen. Och den efterfrågan ser vi nu då i återspeglas. Så det är klart att nu har vi ju expanderat kraftigt så att nu går ju våran fabrik för fullt. Vilket är extremt positivt ur många aspekter kan jag säga. Men det gäller ju att hålla i det och se hur vi kan ha råd att växa den här verksamheten framåt.
Mm. Ja, du nämner ju det att det är ju lönsamt för fastigheterna att göra den här investeringen. Kan du berätta något om hur lönsamheten för dem har utvecklats på sistone? Det har ändå skett ganska mycket med ränteläget och energikostnader och så.
Över de delarna. Ja, jag hade ju den här bilden, den är ju ganska summarisk, men den är ju faktiskt en bild som visar ungefär hur det ser ut när man greppar an energin i spillvattnet och använder den återupprepade gånger. Så det är klart att man har en investering som man kan betala av ganska snabbt i det här läget. Och ser vi då att fjärrvärmepriserna ökar som de gör på det här sättet just nu då, så kortas ju payback-tiden för den här typen av investering kraftigt kan jag säga. Så vi har ju direktavkastningar som ser väldigt bra ut nu, och tittar man över en 10-årsperiod eller upp till 10 år så ser det väldigt gynnsamt ut. Vi räknar ju med att vi har en lång livstid på vårt system, och anledningen till att det står 43 år där, det är att vi räknar med att värmepumpen är det som behöver bytas, och det kanske behöver bytas 2 gånger på den här livstiden då, ungefär.
Om vi lämnar Evertherm lite och tittar lite större på koncernen som helhet. Nu jobbar ni ju stenhårt med att få ut Evertherm och växa där och få till en lönsam tillväxt. Men på lite längre sikt, vad är visionen för koncernen med liksom era olika ben i de olika segmenten och så?
Just nu så är ju våran vision en zero emission buildings och kunna hjälpa kunderna över energiresan som vi kallar det internt. Det är vårt koncept som är ett ganska systematiserat koncept för att hantera det. Och vårt absoluta fokus är att bygga den här affären runt Evertherm-systemet och kunna vara kunderna behjälpliga. Det är klart att vi tittar på att olika typer av utvecklingar inom att kunna styra fastigheter på ett smart sätt, hantera den sidan. Vi har verksamheter inom smart buildings som jobbar med olika typer av automationslösningar och annat. Jag ska säga så här att vi har ju haft en ganska uttalad förvärvsstrategi under en period att växa just våran installationssida och annat. Just nu, givet marknadsförutsättningarna, så är ju fokuset att säkerställa att vi har hög lönsamhet i de verksamheter vi bedriver, att vi har ett bra kassaflöde och att satsa på våran Evertherm-system. Sen får jag återkomma till lite beroende på hur det ser ut framåt då.
Ja. Tack så mycket för det. Det var det vi hann med nu. Tack alla som lyssnade.
Tack så mycket för att du fick komma.
Välkomna till er i rummet, välkomna till er på länk. Fredrik Stensved heter jag, aktieanalytiker mot fastighetsbolag. Nästa bolag att presentera är Stenhus Fastigheter som är just ett fastighetsbolag lämpligtvis. Kommer sin Q3 idag, så helt purfärsk. Jag stannar där.
Hej allihopa, Mikael Nikander heter jag, är vice vd på Stenhus och bredvid mig så har jag Thomas som är CFO på Stenhus och vi kommer ta er igenom vår senaste rapport. Om vi börjar uppifrån till vänster så ser ni vår framtida intjäningsförmåga. Vi lämnar en intjäningsförmåga varje kvartal i det här formatet där vi bedömer hur vår intjäningsförmåga de närmaste tiden kommer att se ut. Vi bedömer att våra intäkter kommer landa på ungefär 1 65 miljoner och att vi kommer att ha ett driftnetto på 847 miljoner kronor. Och vårt förvaltningsresultat kommer landa på 360 miljoner kronor. De ni ser lite längre ner till vänster, det är de aktuella siffrorna för just själva Q3. Stenhus är ett bolag som investerar i fastigheter och huvuddelen av vårt fastighetsbestånd ligger i Stockholm, Mälardalen. Och ni ser en karta här där vi är lite utplottade på hur det ser ut. De 31% på västsidan är i huvudsak Karlstad och Borås. Jag tror vi hoppar till nästa bild. Stenhus har funnits i 3 år. Vi firar faktiskt 3 år på börsen imorgon. Vi har varit ett rätt starkt tillväxtbolag. Vi har ökat våra uthyrda kvadratmeter från ungefär 50 000 till idag 900 000 kvadrat. Och går vi 1 år tillbaka i tiden så hade vi ungefär 1 miljon kvadratmeter. Den senaste tiden så har vi jobbat mycket med konsolidering utav vårt senaste förvärv som är Randviken. Vi har anställt personal så att vi numera är fullbemannade. Och tittar man på våra finansiella nyckeltal, den översta högst upp till höger så har vi tidigare sagt att vi har ett tillväxtmål att vi ska nå 20 miljarder. Den tittar vi lite grann på just nu om vi tycker att den är 100% relevant. De andra anser vi är 100% relevanta. Vi ska avkasta 12% över en konjunkturcykel. Vi ska ha en LTV, det vill säga en belåningsgrad som inte ska överstiga 60% på lång sikt. Vi ska ha net LTV som inte ska överstiga 55% på lång sikt. Vi ska ha en ICR som ska vara 2,25 gånger på lång sikt. Och om vi stannar kort på ICR så kan vi säga att det är väl det enda finansiella målet som vi har där vi inte riktigt når dit. Vi gör bedömningen av att våra ICR kommer vara lite ansträngd även en tid till framöver. Men utifrån ett långsiktigt perspektiv så tror vi att vi kommer nå 2,25 om inte allt för lång tid. Vår soliditet ska överstiga 35% och vi ska ha en kapitalbindning på 2,5 år. Det här är Stenhus i ett nötskal. Stenhus jobbar egentligen bara med en sak. Vi ska skapa kassaflöden. De ska vara trygga, stabila över konjunkturcykeln så att våra aktieägare känner sig trygga. Vi har 5 stycken verksamhetsområden som ska stötta oss i det här. Vi jobbar med kontor och kontor hos oss är de största hyresgästerna hos oss är typ polis, skattemyndighet, landsting, kommunhus eller kommun. Vi har det som vi kallar för offentliga fastigheter. Hos oss är det vård, skola och omsorg. Vi investerar även i handel. Det är dagligvaruhandel, det vill säga livsmedelsbutiker och sällanköpshandel. Och sällanköpshandel hos oss, det är inte så mycket kläder, inte så mycket skor, egentligen ingenting alls, utan det är bara lågpris. Det är dollarstore, det är Rusta, det är ÖoB och likvärdiga affärskoncept. Och den sista delen som är vår största, det är lagerlätt industri och logistik. Och det är ju faktiskt precis vad det låter. Jag kommer återkomma med ett litet axplock på typfastigheter som vi äger. Tittar vi på hållbarhet så gjorde vi i årsredovisningen 2022 vår första scoop 1 och scoop 2. Nu till årsredovisning 2023 så kommer vi också ta scoop 3. Och hållbarhetsarbete för oss handlar väldigt mycket om till exempel energioptimering av våra fastigheter. Vi började det arbetet med att satsa på Green Building-certifiering. Och mitt under det arbetet så bestämde sig Green Building för att de inte skulle fortsätta. Så vi har fått lägga om kursen och kommer nu jobba mot en certifiering som heter BREEAM. Fastighetsportföljen då. Den absolut största andelen är lagerlätt industri och logistik. Följt av publika fastigheter, alltså offentliga fastigheter. Och sen är det de andra 2 segmenten. Totalt sett så har vi idag 13 miljarder i fastighetsvärde. Tittar man på våra 15 största hyresgäster, vi brukar presentera 10, men vi är så stolta över våra hyresgäster så vi bestämde oss för att utöka det till ytterligare 5 för det fick plats på sidan. Har vi egentligen bara namnkunniga bolag, kommuner och myndigheter. Vi har en snittduration i den här portföljen på 7,2 år jämfört med portföljen i snitt på helheten 6,1 år. De står för ungefär 33% av våra hyresintäkter, vilket innebär att vi står inte och faller med en enda stor hyresgäst någonstans i vårt bestånd. Tittar man på förfallostrukturen så är den väldigt snarlik om man tittar på de närmsta åren med många andra fastighetsbolag. Det som skiljer oss åt är att vi har förfall som ligger väldigt, väldigt långt bort i tiden. En bra bit in på 2040-talet. Och då står inte jag här och håller låda om oss. Då är det säkert någon annan som gör det. Vi hoppar vidare. Här har vi ett axplock av fastigheter. Där är typiska fastigheter som Stenhus äger från de olika segmenten. Högst upp till vänster så ser vi Tyresö kommunhus. Ligger på Tyresö centrum. Tyresö kommun hyr hela fastigheten. Den i mitten av en typisk lagerlättindustri. I det här fallet i form av en bilförsäljningsanläggning inklusive verkstad och allt som ingår i det. Det är Bilias stora Mercedes-anläggning i Kista Akalla i Stockholm. Längst upp till höger så ser vi Samariten. Det är en typisk offentlig fastighet. Det här är gamla Tumba sjukhus. Idag så är Botkyrka kommun och Stockholms läns landsting de särklass största hyresgästerna. Till vänster i mitten så ser vi ett typiskt handelsområde med lågpris och dagligvaruhandel. Det här ligger i Norrtälje, heter Vattumannen. Här har vi hyresgäster som Willys, Rusta, Normal, syns inte på bilden för vi har inte hunnit tagit en bild sedan de flyttade in. Jysk och Blomsterlandet. Den i mitten är en typisk industrifastighet. Det är den särklass största fastigheten vi har värdemässigt. Den ligger i Västerås på Finslättenområdet och den särklass största hyresgästen här är Alstom. Om ni tittar noga i bilden så ser ni en liten byggnad som sticker upp som är lite högre. Här kan man lyfta hela tågsätt. Det är, tror jag är den enda i sitt slag i Sverige. En makalös stor travers för den som är intresserad. Till höger ytterligare en typisk handelsfastighet i ett utvecklingsområde som vi har Eskilstuna. Här ligger i Skiftinge precis bredvid E20. Och kommer återkomma till vad vi bygger ut med ytterligare. Men just i det här fallet är det en Dollarstore och ett gym som ni ser på bilden. Längst ner till vänster en traditionell logistikfastighet. Sveriges största möbeltransportföretag. Om vi bortser från Ikea som är störst på allt när det gäller möbler. Ligger i Tibro. Och sen så har vi en kombinerad fastighet, lager, produktion och logistik för Rockwool som är i mitten i Skövde. Och den sista längst ner är också en lagerlätt lätt industrilogistikfastighet. Ligger i Rosersberg bredvid den stora kombiterminalen. Och det är också ett typexempel på hur det ser ut hos oss. Vi har rätt mycket mark med en mindre byggnad. Finns potential i framtiden. Men vi värderar sällan de byggrätterna överhuvudtaget. Utvecklingsprojekt jobbar vi också med. Vi bygger ingenting på spekulation. Vi bygger 100% när vi har en hyresgäst. Vi ska aldrig ha kortare än 10 år. Gärna 15 år om det går. Och vi bygger på yield on cost. Det vill säga vi tar ingen risk i våra byggprojekt. Däremot så får vi heller inte ut maximalt värde av ett utvecklingsprojekt. Vi låser in byggrättsvinsten. De 3 exemplen som vi ser här längst till vänster är Alstoms nya utvecklingscentrum på Finslätten som ligger bredvid det stora huset ni såg. I mitten så har vi en typisk sällanköpshandel. Det är Rusta och Stadium. Och längst till höger har vi en Blomsterlandet som vi håller på att uppföra just nu i Skiftinge.
Lite siffror. Resultaträkningen för sista kvartalet Q3 så till vänster. Och man börjar se nu stabiliteten i intäkter och kostnader som är i en klass för sig skulle man säga. Vi kollade lite innan på hyresgästlistan. Väldigt stabila hyresgäster, väldigt stabila hyresavtal, väldigt stabila intäkter som genererar väldigt stabila resultat. Den saken som varierar mest just nu det är ju förstås räntekostnaderna. Men vi kommer till det lite längre bort. På intjäningsförmågan
ser vi att vi, som Micke nämnde i början, är 1,065 miljarder. Vi har fastighetskostnader på 217. Och man ser att man har stor marginal mellan intäkter och kostnader, vilket innebär att variationer i kostnader på grund av inflation slår inte igenom i driftnettot rakt igenom väldigt mycket. Intäkterna är till 95% KPI-anpassade. Och tittar man på den här grafen för förra kvartalet, så sista punkten så låg den på 310 miljoner. Så det är 50 miljoner nytt som är i princip KPI-effekt och lite andra effekter också förstås. Vi har gjort klart en hel del projekt. Nej, det är bara KPI som är nästan 50 och backa in. Ja. Tittar man på våra kovenanter, så som vi nämnde, så är ICR-kovenanten som ligger mest nära våra mål, underdel av målen. Det är långsiktigt mål på 2,25. Men att ligga på en ICR på 2 idag efter ränterallyt vi har haft de senaste 18 månaderna kan väl nästan ses lite okej ändå. Känslighetsanalysen längst ner som visar intjäningsförmågan när driftnettot förändras plus minus 10% och Stibor plus minus 100 punkter. Tittar man på raden i mitten längst till höger, när Stibor går upp 100 punkter till, så kommer man ner till en intjäningsförmåga på 310 miljoner istället för 360, vilket var samma som vi hade för Q2 som sagt. Balansräkningen. Det kan man nämna här är ju den största posten vi har i balansräkning, våra marknadsvärderingar på våra fastigheter. De värderas varje kvartal externt, vilket innebär att man får bra värden. Vi har ju genom åren sålt en hel del, framförallt under första halvåret i år, på rätt så nära marknadsvärderingar hela tiden. Kapitalstrukturen. LTV:n håller oss till 55% ungefär. Och net LTV strax under. ICR:en som jag nämnde har gått ner mot 2 och den kommer väl stanna runt där strax under, kanske temporärt under början på nästa år. Men sen börjar KPI-effekterna slå in. Vi har även refinansierat en obligation som skulle förfalla i juni nästa år. Med en ny obligation för en månad sedan. Och med den så har vi i princip eliminerat den vanliga refinansieringsrisken i bolaget. Nu finns det bara seniorfinansiering med våra 3 stora banker och ett antal sparbanker ute i landet. Vår ägarstruktur. Stanstens Holding som ägs av mig själv och min bror Elias som är vd i bolaget. Bald och Öresund och Länsförsäkringar fonder. Stabilt sedan många år tillbaka, kan man säga många år tillbaka redan, jag vet det. I alla fall, ägarstrukturen är stabil och ja, det är ungefär så. Vi kanske ska gå över till frågor.
Jag kan bara säga en sak som är en rätt rolig anekdot när det gäller fastighetsbranschen. Vi har tittat lite grann på hur en driftnettokrona värderas i vårat bestånd efter indexjusteringar och efter våra nedskrivningar på fastighetsvärdet. På piken värderades en driftnettokrona på piken värderades till 100%, så värderas det idag till 80%. Det vill säga 20% lägre värderas varje driftnettokrona i vårat bestånd. Det är en rätt stor värdeförändring.
Vi har uppdaterat vår finansiella kalender för de som är intresserade av att vara extra lästa på vad vi håller på med. Och den här presentationen finns även på vår hemsida. I samband med våra rapportsläpp så släpps den här lite enklare att läsa varianten.
Jättebra, super. Om det är någon som har någon fråga i publiken så är det bara att räcka upp handen och säga. Sen kan jag repetera här så att det hörs för de som är på länk eller ska lyssna på inspelningen också. Men jag tänkte jag kan börja. Ni nämnde Backaheden i förbifarten här på någon slide. Det är en av de senaste händelserna kan man väl i alla fall säga i bolaget. Ni har ju ägt del av Backaheden, men nu äger ni ungefär dubbelt så mycket som ni gjorde tidigare. 60% av bolagets kontra 30%. Vad går att säga om tankar framåt i Backaheden och varför det har blivit som det har blivit?
Jag tror man kan svara så här. Vi hade 29,9% och det blir lite så att när vi gick in i Backaheden så tyckte vi att det var en helt fantastisk affär. Det tycker vi fortfarande. Men när man har packat ryggsäcken så ska man laga efter läge, vilket vi också gjorde. Backaheden hittade en affär. Man ville ha några som garanterade nyemissionen. Vi tyckte att det var en ypplig idé att garantera den. Vi kom över 30% och la då ett mandatory bid på en väldigt låg nivå, vilket gjorde att vi kom upp till 61%, vilket också ger oss en helt annan handlingsfrihet än vad man har när man bara äger 29,9%. Den handlingsfriheten är ju närmast obefintlig. Idag är den jättestor.
Det låter rimligt. På ett helt annat tema kanske, den obligationen som ni nämnde. Jag tror min vy och kanske vissa liksom kunder eller marknadens vy är att ni sålde en hel del under våren. Ni betalade av brygglånen, ni betalade av en obligation i våras och att det bara var en obligation kvar till att det egentligen går 100% bank. Vilket många upplever vara fördelaktigt idag när obligationsbröderna är där de är. Nu gjorde ni en obligation. Varför? Och vill ni ha obligationer på lång sikt, om vi rullar fram bandet något år eller 2 eller 3, kommer ni ha del av finansieringen från obligationsmarknaden också, tror ni?
Vi tycker ju att det är en styrka att finnas på kapitalmarknaden, långsiktigt perspektiv. Och vi har aldrig varit som stenhus på obligationsmarknaden, utan det är 2 ärvda obligationer från ett av våra förvärv via Maxfast. Timing kan man alltid diskutera, men vi vill vara på kapitalmarknaden och vi kommer att fortsätta vara där. Sen storleken på den, vi kommer inte vara jättestora på kapitalmarknaden, men vi vill finnas där, vi vill vara en aktör på kapitalmarknaden utifrån ett långsiktigt perspektiv. Sen skälet till att den blev just 500 miljoner beror på att det fanns några stycken i boken som vi gärna ville ha i boken, och de hade ett krav på att första gångs emittent kan inte göra en obligation på mindre än 500 miljoner. Och det är svaret på varför den blev 500 istället för de 350 som vi flaggade för från början.
Och kapitalmarknaden är ju faktiskt en helt annan finansieringskanal än vanlig traditionell bankfinansiering. Vilket behövs i tider när man behöver agera snabbare. Så att vara där och veta hur det fungerar, och de känner igen bolaget, de som investerarna som är i den marknaden, är viktigt. Och ratingen som vi har behållit på en dubbel-B flat med negativa outlook som vi hade som förra året på grund av att branschen har ändrats förstås. Men vi fick ju behålla vår rating och alltihopa hänger ihop. Ratingen är stabil och att vara där. Och första gången man kommer ut där så får man betala lite premium, och nu har vi gjort det, så nästa gång blir det ännu bättre.
Och så kan man väl tillägga att i grund och botten så är Stenhus ett väldigt enkelt bolag. Vi har en stamaktie, inte A, B, C, D. Vi har inga preffar, inga hybridobligationer, inga andra konstiga papper som någon kanske har uppfunnit vid financial engineering någonstans. Utan vi har senior bankskuld, vi har finns på finansmarknaden, på rena obligationsmarknaden, och bara en stamaktie, ingenting annat. Så vi vill att alla ska förstå att what you see is what you get. Det finns ingenting gömt någonstans.
Om man hoppar till det operationella, det är generellt sett liksom stabila eller väl eftertraktade segment. Nu visar kundlistan 15 stora fina hyresgäster. Uthyrningsgraden går ner i kvartalet. Varför? Och hur tycker ni man kan tänka kring en typ av normaliserad uthyrningsgrad framåt?
Skälet till att den gick ner i kvartalet är att vi har haft ett par konkurser, och framförallt en konkurs i kontorssegmentet där hyresnivån är betydligt högre, slår ju naturligtvis mer på den ekonomiska uthyrningsgraden än ytmässiga vakansen. Vår bedömning är att vi kommer ligga högt på den ekonomiska uthyrningsgraden. Den kommer naturligtvis variera över tid. De flesta av de ytorna, vi har 2 paddelhallar som har lämnat oss. Den ena hyrde vi ut dagen efter de lämnade oss, den andra är på väg ut nu. Och vi hade var faktiskt förra kvartalet, vi hade en Jump som gick i konkurs och den är på väg att hyras ut just nu också. Så att vi ser att marknaden finns där. Vi vill ha långsiktiga hyresgäster, inte köra en quick fix. Vi skriver hellre 10 eller 15-åriga hyresavtal på något lägre hyresnivå än att hyra ut på 3 år. Och de vi hyr ut till på lång tid vill vi se att de har en ekonomisk stabilitet där de faktiskt klarar av att honorera hyren under den tiden. Och det är lite grann därför också som vi väljer att visa våra 15 största hyresgäster. Jag tror att få av dem inte klarar av att honorera sina kontraktslängder. Om någon.
Det tror jag säkert. På det temat, förra året så var det 11% nästan hyresinflation i Sverige. Ni säger att 95% av era hyresavtal är indexerade enligt KPI. Jag är också helt övertygad om att de 15 liksom sväljer det utan problem. Nu är det 2 paddelhallar som har lämnat er och Jump är gått i konkurs. Är det några... Upplever ni att har ni några hyresgäster eller några segment eller några lägen där hyresgästerna inte har gått i konkursen och de har inte lämnat er, men de kanske inte sväljer ytterligare 6,5% hyreshöjning in i nästa år? Eller tycker ni att 6,5% som är KPI gånger 95% KPI-indexerade avtal, det är där vi kommer landa?
Ja, det är där vi kommer landa. Det kan säkert finnas någon som kan få problem, men vi ser inte riktigt det. Vi har försökt städa av en del hyresgäster på eget initiativ också. Bland annat så gjorde vi upp med paddelhallen på Vattumannen. Den där bilden jag visade där vi hade Willys i ena änden, Rusta och där jag sa normal i mitten. På den bilden är det faktiskt en paddelhall på mitten. Så vi kom överens om att paddelhallen skulle flytta ut och så hyrde vi ut det till en annan hyresgäst som betalar en betydligt högre hyra och där vi får alla serviceavgifter. De betalar för värme, för kyla och så vidare. Den förra hyresgästen betalar inte för något. Det tycker vi är en rätt bra affär. Det var en bra trade-off generellt sett. Och så jobbar vi kontinuerligt. Stora, kända, eller åtminstone för oss kända motparter som är starka. Det är de vi vill ha. Har vi inte det, då låter vi hellre stå tomt en stund tills vi hittar den vi vill ha. För vi vill inte bygga på oss en massa hyresproblem.
Nu i kvartalet så var driftnettomarginalen upp 5-6% year over year. Ni är inne på att nu är allting från Randviken-förvärvet genomfört och hej och hå. Jag kan tänka mig att det skalar vettigt. Går det att säga någonting om vad som är högsta prio kommande år? Om det nu har varit prio senaste året att konsolidera Randviken, fixa brygglånen från Randviken och sätta organisationen för uthyrning.
Det är väl 2 sidor. Dels sidan att få ihop allting det finansiella och ekonomiska. Som Thomas säkert återkommer till alldeles strax. När det gäller på operationella sidan så är det ju så. Nu är vi fullbemannade och det är full fart framåt för att fylla våra vakanser. Det är prio 1, 2 och 3. Och vi ska fylla dem med kunder som vi tror på långsiktigt. Inte bara fylla ett hål. För det genererar bara mer jobb i andra änden.
När det gäller kapitalstrukturen så har vi ärvt vid 2 tillfällen väldigt stora kapitalstrukturer. Och vi har kommit ganska bra nu, eller vi är nästan klara när det gäller kapitalbindningen och spridit ut det på det sätt det går i Sverige. I Sverige vi har hyresavtal som sträcker sig till 2040, men vi har inte pengar som sträcker sig längre än 3-4 år bort. Vilket skapar en obalans med så man får anpassa sig. Och när det gäller räntebindningen så vill vi inte ta stora bett i marknaden, utan vi tar räntebinder delar av volymen varje kvartal när vi ser att behovet finns, och i princip blir det varje kvartal då. Och på det sättet så sprider man ut risken och hanterar egentligen marknadsrisken istället för att göra stora räntebindningar vid ett tillfälle och hoppas på att det blir bra. Så när man är vid stora volymer så vill man inte gå direkt och räntesäkra alltihopa vid ett tillfälle heller. Samtidigt så har vi en resultaträkning och hyresgästlista som tillåter oss att betala en högre ränta. vilket gör att man ser idag våra räntekostnader är i princip i räntemarknaden. Så hela uppsidan nu på räntesidan finns ju kvar att hämta på resultaträkningen.
Så kan man väl också säga att vi har lagt rätt mycket tid på att få ihop alla ekonomisystem. Tittar man på fjolåret så satt vi med dubbla revisorer. Nu har vi en revisor. Det har tagit rätt mycket tid. De ska lära sig oss och vi ska lära oss dem. Nu börjar vi se, nu har vi haft första revisionen. Nu ser vi att vi är på väg igenom det och det syns också på vår central admin-sida som faktiskt nu går ner mot den nivån som vi säger att vi ska ha långsiktigt. Men vi har haft en hel del dubbla kostnader under den här perioden.
En och annan trippel.
Ja.
Om man säger så här då. Nu höjde inte Riksbanken räntan idag och jag vet inte vart räntan ska. Men ni visar känslighetsanalyser på förvaltningsresultatet om Stibor går upp eller ner 100 punkter. Utan att spekulera i räntan, men ponera att räntan skulle fortsätta upp. Då kanske inte den metriken är den som folk oroar sig mest över, utan ICR:en där uppe. Vad gör man då? Swappar man på längre för att få ner räntan? Eller kommer man sälja någonting då? Eller vad är strategin? Hittills har det sålts en del. Och ni swappar löpande som du är inne på. Men vi har sett andra i sektorn kanske swappa mer just nu för att säkra den siffran. För att, väldigt enkelt, 5-årsräntan är mycket lägre än den rörliga räntan.
Man kan väl, om man börjar med vad vi har för kovenanter gentemot finansieringen, så är vi far away från att vara i närheten utav det. Så där har vi egentligen ingen stress.
Så vart är kovenanten?
1,5 generellt. Så där har vi ingen stress. Vi klarar oss rätt långt ner på den här skalan. Sen är det förstås inte önskvärt. Så om vi tror att räntan långsiktigt kommer dra iväg, då kommer vi jobba och swappa räntan, självklart. Vi ser inte framför oss att vi kommer göra några Alexanderhugg som vi gjorde för ett år sedan. När vi hade stora förfall. Vi gjorde en stor transaktion. Stora transaktioner i dagens marknad görs med rabatt. På den goda tiden så gjordes det med premie. Styckeförsäljningar görs i paritet med våra bokförda värden. Sen kommer vi säkert både köpa och sälja lite grann på marginalen, men vi kommer inte vara jätteoffensiva på ändra sidan just nu i alla fall.
Så vi kommer ju räntesäkra framöver i alla fall, för det är en del av det vi måste göra med kapitalstrukturen. Och att ta stora bett nu i räntemarknaden för att om man ligger i en konstig sits, så innebär det lite som för 10 år sedan när många bolag hade problem när allting vände för att man satt med väldigt dyra räntekostnader som var historiska från finanskrisen. Så att kasta ankare idag är kanske för sent. Utan nu sitter man där man är, så nu ska vi titta lite framåt.
Någon fråga från publiken? Ja.
Om jag tänker mig fastighetsleasing i Sverige är inte det vanligt. Jag vet om, det är nog inte. Det finns väl kanske några aktörer som gör det. Men oftast kostar det mycket mer än traditionell bankfinansiering. Och bankfinansiering så finansierar du mellan 50-60% av tillgången. Så det är resterande som är ditt eget kapital.
Men jag tror också, för jag tror att du tänker lite grann ett typ nordisk ränting eller någonting som man jobbade förr. Eftersom vi själva är ju inte hyresgäster, utan det är ju en annan som är hyresgäst, så blir operationen en helt annan. Jag gissar att ett räntingbolag ser på risken på ett annorlunda sätt om det är ett fastighetsbolag som ska ärva hyreskontraktet för den som sitter i kåken som man använder räntingupplägget på. Och det tror jag är den stora skillnaden mellan shipping och fastigheter. Sen försöker vi alltid i marknaden parera saker och ting. Men våran core business är att vi ska ha starka, bra kassaflöden och tjäna pengar på den operationella driften. Sen har ju vi, som vi har vuxit väldigt mycket och vi har sålt rätt mycket, så är vi väldigt aktiva på marknaden. Då ska vi fortsätta vara och hitta affärerna som faktiskt är riktigt bra.
Om man formulerar sig så här då, du sa att det går att sälja och köpa styckeskåkar på värdering, men portföljer säljs på discount.
Ja.
Kan man inte sälja 10 styckeskåkar och köpa en portfölj och tjäna lite emellan? Som kanske är del av frågan.
Kan man absolut göra. Då ska man ha med sig att sälja 10 styckekåkar som på den glada tiden kanske tog 2 till 6 veckor, tar idag 2 till 6 månader. Så att det finns en tidsaspekt i det här där saker och ting går mycket, mycket långsammare.
Sista frågan innan vi...
Man skulle kunna tänka sig att eftersom det finns rabatt på att köpa fastighetsbolag jämfört med att köpa fastigheter, så skulle man kunna köpa fastighetsbolag. Det vill säga till exempel sig själv. Har ni något återköpsprogram och tillåter kovenanterna?
Vi har inga återköpsprogram av det enkla skälet att vi är på First North och får inte återköpsprogram. När det gäller den andra delen så är det väl lite grann att snudda på våran lilla affär med Backaheden. Så att ja, det finns sådana möjligheter i marknaden.
Super. Vi är över tid, men vi tackar publik, vi tackar ni som lyssnar på länk och framförallt Micke och Thomas på Stenhus. Tack.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the last presentation of the day at the ABG Investor Days. With me, I have CEO Carsten Drachmann from GomSpace, and my name is Morten Larsen, analyst here with ABG Sundal Collier. Carsten, I'm looking very much forward to hearing what you have to tell us today. Will you take it away, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Morten. And hi, everybody up in Stockholm or wherever you're sitting. I hope I will make this last 25 minutes exciting so you can still stay awake here. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to talk you through a quick overview of GomSpace. So what are we doing? I'm assuming there's perhaps some new investors who doesn't know us, so just a little bit about what we're doing. I'll talk about the transformation we're going through, and then we had our Q3 report, interim report just came out last week, Thursday. So I'll take you through that as well. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so what are we doing? Very simple, new space value chain. Why we call it new space? New space is about these smaller satellites. It's a bit more exploratory. Sometimes understanding new space, you need to understand old space. Old space are very big satellites, $100 million, flying way out, 36,000 kilometers out in space. When you're watching a Viasat Sat TV at home, it's coming from one of these old space satellites. New space satellites is much faster. A satellite can cost anything from €1 million, €2 million, can be less depending on how big it is. It goes up quickly. Development times is maybe 1.5 years. It's relatively cheap to launch on a rocket today. So just to understand, new space is something that's moving faster and is catering more towards some of the new applications that are around the world that we'll talk about that you can use space for. So you don't have to wait 10 years, do a lot of tests and spend $100 million. You can do it much faster. Very simple, 3 key areas in order for our satellites. We are doing satellites, we are building satellites that fly in space, but they have to get up there. So there is bringing satellites to space. You know the name SpaceX, Elon Musk. I don't think there's a lot of talk about that, even if you're not familiar with the SATCOM industry. I'm sure you heard about Elon Musk. So they are, for example, sending rockets up on a regular basis. This sending satellites into space has become much more commodity. There's a lot of offerings out there. The costs have come down a lot. It's 1/10 of what it was about 10 years ago. So it's much more accessible. Well, once the satellites are flying there, it needs some help. It needs to communicate somewhere on ground. That's where you have these Earth to satellite links. So these big antenna dishes that are on the ground, you see them around in the landscape. You've probably seen pictures about it. So once the satellites are flying, they're communicating with one of these parabolic antennas. It's a little bit more advanced than your satellite antenna at home because it has quite high speed link in both directions. Typically you're just receiving for your TV. Okay, that's all great, Carsten. We have some data, there's some communication. What are we going to do with it? Well, there's a number of different applications that you can use it for. It's not interesting in and of itself flying a satellite. It's interesting what a satellite can do and the information you can get down to ground. Next slide. So what can we do with it? Very simple. The simplest one that everybody will understand is communication. So voice communication, data communication. You already had sat phones for a long time. They were running via the bigger satellites further out. So communication is there. This is what Elon Musk is doing with his Starlink, and there are others now setting up communication networks. But in addition to that, it's used for atmospheric monitoring, so weather information. It can be used for maritime communication or observation, because the satellites that we have here, they're not geostationary, as it's saying. They're not just over one point on Earth. They're actually moving around. In very simple terms, every 12 hours, a satellite is passing over you, and the same satellite keeps going around, so it's keep passing the same place on Earth twice in 24 hours. So you're using that for ship observation, for example. You're using it for something called signal intelligence. One of our best customers right now is in France. They use it to monitor fishing boats between UK and France, and they have a very clear line who can fish where. Sometimes these fishing boats, they turn off information about who they are and they go dark, so to speak. Not going to work anymore. We can still see them because the minute they use a walkie-talkie, some kind of search device for finding fishes, we can see them and we know who they are. So this is something that the French government in particular are using right now. We also have aviation, so communication to aviation. I'm sure if you look back in time, a lot of sad stories about airplanes that has disappeared. You always wondered, why is there no communication? I don't know where, we know where they are. Actually, because you don't have that good coverage yet in terms of satellites, but it's coming, so there's an application there. And there's a lot more application. The simplest one to understand is a camera. Take a picture of Earth, a certain place, and up to a certain resolution, you can see, I guess, if it's cloudy, you can see if there are cars, if there are people. You can see a forest, how it's evolving over the seasons. You can monitor coastlines to see that are the coastline retreating or are they getting bigger? How is the ice melting, etc. You get the picture. There's a lot of stuff that you can do from space, and now it's possible to do it without a huge investment. Next slide. So what do we do at GomSpace? We have a couple of areas. We do so-called subsystems. So example, compare a satellite to a computer. In a computer, you have a battery pack, especially if it's a laptop. You also have a power. You need some kind of power so your computer can run. You do exactly the same thing, but just for satellites. So specialized towards satellites. So we call it products and subsystems. We also do, or rather integrate payloads, can, for example, be a camera. It could be an antenna. The payload is defined as the application, the hardware and software that gives some meaning to this. You can't do much with a battery and a power supply, so what? It's not going to do anything. But if you actually add other things to it, then it makes a lot of sense. Then we build full platforms. So we are basically building an entire satellite. So from customer specification, we build an entire satellite, everything included. We transport it to the launch site, as it's called, where the rocket is. It's put on a rocket. It's sent up to space. When it's released from the rocket, we are managing, to the right-hand side, it's called constellation management. We are making sure that the satellite comes up and running. You see the things sticking out there. Try to look like a satellite without looking too stupid. These are solar panels. When it's sent up, you can't have them sticking out like that when you fly in a rocket. It's not really going to work. It's probably too much friction, etc. They actually fold it in there like that. So the first thing you want to do when you get up is you got to get your solar panels released in a proper way so you can start generating power from the sun and so forth. So this is what we are very good at. This is our core business. Next slide. So who are we? Where are we? We actually founded in 2017. We are the oldest new space company. That's a contradiction in terms. So we are actually the oldest new space company. We're the first of the kind. Our founders, we still have two of them left. They're fantastic people. They launched the first satellite at the university years in around 2000. They started building that. They created GomSpace, and now here we are 17 years later. And we have flown a lot of space missions, which means we have a lot of technology up and flying. We have a lot, even more products. We're also selling products. Remember the power supplies or the battery packs. We're selling that to our competitors, partners. So we have a lot of our technologies flying in space. And why is that important? It's important because you never know what happens when it gets out there. There's always a risk when you go into space, and we go, remember, it's new space, it's fast, it cannot cost too much, etc. So there's a risk, but we have tried this many times. We have a lot of technology. So working with GomSpace it's quite good for our customers. We are a reliable partner. We are 130 people. I'll tell you a story about that later. Our main business right now is in Europe. These are 2022 numbers. We do see a shift. We are focused in North America, and we do see in Asia also that there starts to be more opportunities. Next slide. What excites us as GomSpace when we go to work and we build products and we like being together is exciting. But the most exciting part is watching that rocket going up. When we last week we had 2 satellites. We call them Bro. This is for a French customer. I explained to you about the fishing boats. We have 2 full satellites going up. And actually, there were a number of other satellites, also Korean satellites going up, where we have, there's a little quote on your right-hand side there, we have a lot of technology involved. So we didn't build the whole satellite, but they have a lot of our components. So check mark, more technology going up, GomSpace, we know what we're doing, and it's and we keep increasing presence in space. The 2 exciting things in the journey here, there's first, will the rocket explode? Because it happened to explode sometimes. It didn't. That was great. So that was the first. Yay. So have you ever seen the control rooms from NASA when they send something up and everybody is cheering and clapping? We do that at GomSpace. We're all watching it on video. So good for us, good for our customer. The next thing is, can you actually hear it? It goes up there, it's sitting up in space, and you do, believe it or not, it's super not sophisticated. It has something called a beacon. It says beep, like a life support in the opposite beep. So we are actually listening for the beep signal because that's the first sign a satellite is alive. It has reached, it is where it is. And then we can start talking to it and say, unfold your wings, your panels, and then move on from there. Super exciting. Next. Okay, so let's talk a bit more about the company. We are the oldest startup in the world, is what I used to say. I started in March this year. I've worked in telco industry, Nokia for many years. I've been 10 years in Satcom, done a number of turnarounds before, and I joined GomSpace in March. GomSpace has great technology, great people, etc., but has been struggling making money. That's why I'm here, and that's what I'm focused on. Next. So just checking why it's my perspective is when I went into this job realizing, there's a challenge here, but let me just check, is this something we can work with? Absolutely. Technology and people, yes, we have that. Global brand, yes. One of the oldest brands, 10 years ago, there was almost only GomSpace around, so everybody called. It was, call it aggressively waiting by the phone kind of sales. Obviously that changed because there are more. So great brand. Are we in a growing market or declining market? Absolutely growing market, no doubt about that. Is there an evolution in customers' applications? Do we see more and more different customer segments seeing a need for using space? Yes, there is, definitely growing. Look, if you look a bit on the financial evolution here, okay, actually we've had a nice growth, 24% CAGR. That's quite decent. The dark ones below is unfortunately the EBIT, so we haven't really made much money yet. Actually, we haven't made anything since we were listed in 2016. It's okay for a period of time. It's okay. You're a startup, you're going out. This is new space. It does require investment. It's a market that's maturing. That's also why it's fun to be here. Also, as an investor, this is a market that's developing. However, my commitment to the shareholders from the beginning of the year, don't worry, I will be focused on making money. We need to start sustaining this so we can build a healthy business. What you see on the last little green one here is what we reported Thursday. We have actually reached the first 3 quarters, 196 million revenue. So even though I haven't had any focus on revenue, nevertheless, we achieved the same revenue as last year. And we also, without hesitation, predicting that our 2023 is going to be a record year from a revenue perspective. Okay, EBIT needs to improve. Absolutely focused on that, but we are moving in the right direction. Next slide. So what are we focusing on? Profitability and cash. Cash and profitability, absolutely the focus. I don't have to be careful how I formulate it. I'm not so worried about revenue. I'm not so worried about EBITDA or EBIT. All of that is going to come. We manage our cash and we make sure that we focus on profitable business, so profitable products or projects. No more, this is really strategic and great, and we'll do it even though we lose money. Those days are over. We've done that. We have the experience. We don't need to do it anymore. We're going to focus on our product business. This has been under-prioritized. Product business is where we have high volume. We have a good range of products. They're competitive in the market. Customers see, customer likes, customer order, supply chain production, ship, collect money. No engineering involved. Good business. It scales easily without having to add resources to it. And we already have huge production facilities in Aalborg in Denmark, so no problem. Focus on project profitability. We cleaned up during the year. I stopped a couple or exited contracts on a couple of projects that I could see we're not making money or we're not going to make money. This is not going to help us. It's just going to consume our valuable resources, but we're not making any profit for ourselves or for the shareholders. So we are very much focused, and it's also focused on the new projects coming in. We're really only doing something where we believe that we're going to help our focus on profitability and cash. The last one is I call it almost a no-brainer. Nevertheless, it's not that easy. Expand in North America. North America is about 60-70% of our accessible market, and we're hardly present. We have a couple of guys here now. We signed a good contract with a big company in the US that can help us. So that's our transformation. That's what we defined at the beginning of the year, and this is what we are focusing on. Next slide, please. Oh, and by the way, I'm not going to take any credit for that at all, and I'm not being sarcastic. This happened just slightly before I came in. 29%, 29.9 to be exact, percent of the shares are owned by a guy called Hargreaves, Peter Kendall Hargreaves. He's a billionaire in pounds. There was the other side of my due diligence, first trying to understand, is there something here that can work with? Can I help this company turn around? So I thought, yeah, I can. But what about capital? What about access to capital? It can be difficult to turn around and grow a business without having a little bit of backing. We do. We have one of the richest men in the UK. It's not quite as rich as Elon Musk or Sir Richard Branson, but nevertheless, he's up there. And as all slightly eccentric billionaires, sorry, Peter, if you're listening, space is of interest, purely because it's just cool and because he can. So to me, this has a huge value, and we can talk with him when we want to. So just adding to the transformation story, the company has been put in a good shape to execute. We've shaped it up. We have defined clear focus areas. We are starting to become going in the right direction, cash, and we have access to capital when we need it. Next slide, please. Okay. Profitability and cash, I said that. Next slide. Let's talk about Q3. Next slide. So we achieved three key goals in the third quarter. Some of you have followed our story, some of you are new, so let me repeat it a little bit. In the third quarter, we've been focusing on the turnaround and transformation plan that I just showed you. So really focused on how do we improve our cash situation. We have reorganized ourselves into some clearer organizational structures. I call them business units because we can actually start measuring much more precisely our business. Our free cash flow is trending positively. We actually, you see on the right-hand side, we had -6 million and say, okay, Carsten, you're still losing money. Well, yeah, to me, it's close enough to zero. We actually started our beginning of the years having -47 million. We had -28 million in the second quarter, and in the third quarter, -6. So we're trending in the right direction. And I'll show you in a second what our goal is, so you understand that. And then we also had good improvement in our product order intake. Remember, I told you about this is quick turning. It's good cash flow. It doesn't require us a lot of extra work. We already have the production capacity. So we are starting to improve on that. We have a lot of focus with salespeople. I mentioned the revenue, highest today. Didn't have a focus, just realized when we're doing a report, oh, actually, this is looking pretty good because I have my eyes on one thing and one thing only, cash and profitable projects. But this is good. And then part of the story of becoming free cash flow positive is also the cost reduction plan we kicked off in January. We were actually more than 200 people in the beginning of the year. We have laid off 70 people, sadly, but necessary. We have now reached our target, which was around 130. We have stabilized it at that level. You also see that it's a much more healthy level for us to work from now. And we are cautiously recruiting. We're cautiously recruiting because there is a lot of demand there's a lot of questions to us. There's a lot of opportunities out there, and you're not going to win anything without engaging. So we have a lot of demand for our skilled resources to engage with customers to understand opportunities, hopefully for this year in 2024. Next slide. Key figures. I want you to focus on the orange graphs and the green ones. The green ones from the third quarter. The first one is order intake. So even though it's not a big order intake, it's highly profitable. You see it's trending upwards. The revenue is trending upwards. The EBIT is trending upwards. The employee is trending downwards. That's a good thing because that means lower cost. So overall, the trends are there. I'm not by any measures claiming that we have an excellent, Q3 in the sense of if you look at it isolated, see it from a trend perspective, we're doing the right thing, it's working, and we're moving in the right direction. Next slide. Okay, so where are we heading with all of this? I have told the market early in the year, I'm not going to tell you about revenue or EBIT forecasting it because I'm not really interested in it, but I'm interested in the free cash flow because that's going to help us stabilize our business. So look at the trend here. As I mentioned, we are working towards second half of 2024. That's our objective. And by then, we want to be free cash flow positive, which means we have more cash coming in than going out. So we're okay, and we can keep building up our bank account. You see the trend here from the last 5 quarters. We are definitely moving in the right direction. The company has lost in Q3, Q4, Q1, so Q3, Q4 last year, more than 40 million per quarter. We improved it in Q2, and now we are improving it also in the Q3. Next slide. So to sum it up, next slide. So just checking again, we are building satellites and components for satellite. We have the technology and the people. We have a global brand. We are in a growing market. I see a positive evolution on customers and applications of what we're doing. We build both satellites and we have parts for satellites. So we are not only doing satellites and for ourselves, we are also helping our competitors and others doing this. We are in a transformation mode with focus on cash and profitability. We are trending in the right direction. You can see that in our interim report in Q3. There's a demand for our products going up, so we have to cautiously hire. And we have a very strong principal investor in Peter Hargreaves. So I have a little bit of wiggle room. So when I need some capital, I'm pretty sure I can get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carsten. That was a very interesting and clear communications on a turnaround that appears to be going in the right direction. A couple of questions from me. I believe we have time for a couple. We're coming out of this turnaround, or we're still in it. It goes the right direction. How should we as investors look at what kind of, you're not commenting on profitability, but how should we look at what kind of company we have after the turnaround? I mean, the growth is out there, but how should we sort of think about cash generation versus margins, returns in this company?
Yeah. So what you should look at is, like I said, it's the oldest startup in the world. Typically, the first part of a life of a startup is about getting reference cases, getting technology traction, proving that you can do it. Investors are happy to give you more money so you can do that. We are turning away from that now. So look at this as a turn away from, okay, we are now getting a little bit too old. We are in the teenage years, and we should actually start to have at least an income from doing bottles in the supermarkets. So you should look at it as once we get our cash flow in control, the other things will follow. If we can manage our cash flow, do the math, EBITDA is probably going to be positive following that. Top line doesn't really matter so much. The top line is going to come because we're going to grow with the market. We have a good market position. What I need to do right now is to make sure that the cash is coming okay, and then you'll also see the growth will follow the market as a minimum.
Your principal investor, Mr. Hargreaves, has been out in, I believe it was Jyllands-Posten a couple of weeks ago, talking about, well, I'm not so focused on the near-term profitability in this, as long as we make money long-term. He sort of says 3 to 5 years times kind of thing, which does not coincide very well with sort of the strong momentum that you're showing in the turnaround. And now you're beginning to do cautious rehiring. Are you beginning to turn a little bit more towards a reinvestment mode? And where should we possibly see this going? Or is this what is happening here?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think actually it's contradictory, because I think when Peter Hargreaves talks about that, he's also talking about his return, right? He's not the investor. And yes, I read all your comments online, wherever you put them, that says wonder what's happening on Friday if I can get rich on Friday. He's not that kind of investor. He has a much more longer term perspective for this, understanding that it takes some time. But at the same time, he is, of course, focused that we're doing well. It's not about just putting more money in just because. So I think it's quite well aligned.
I apologize to Mr. Peter Hargreaves if he listens in on me calling you on. Final question for me. GomSpace was a very big Danish investment industry success. Then it has had trouble in the last couple of years. What do you think we as investors should take away and have learned from this journey that the company has been going through? And what are we going to take from this going forward in the company and for the whole space adventure? What are the lessons here?
What are the lessons? Let me maybe rephrase the question a little bit towards why did I jump into this? Well, I did it because I've done a couple of turnarounds before, so I had an idea what needed to happen. I've also run a listed company before. I saw it as this is possible to do, but it's taken too long to get to the point of focusing on making money. So from my point of view, what you should expect from the company is that it's basically moving 3 years too late from positioning, technology, growing presence to focusing on cash and revenue and EBIT. So look at it as we're sort of 3 years late. So we took the class 7th and 8th grades a couple of times, but we're getting there now. So we are moving into the high school. So I think that's how to look at it. And I want to say also on a very personal note, when I looked at this, I lived in Singapore last year. I've been living in many different parts of the world. I've always been looking, if I ever work in Denmark again, where do I want to work? So I had a couple of companies, and GomSpace was on my list because I thought, how cool is that? This is absolutely new space. It's a global brand, and it's in Denmark, not even Denmark. It's from Aalborg. I moved to Aalborg for this. Who knew? From Singapore, by the way, and in London and Stockholm before that. So okay, so it's. My attitude was it just cannot be. It just cannot be that we can't make this work. It is absolutely possible to make it work. The market is there. The people are there. The technology is there. We have not capital now. We have access to more capital. Of course, we can make this fly. So expectations, you can put it to GomSpace, you can put it to me, is that I am totally committed personally to make this work. And I am very convinced now that it's possible. Beginning of the year, always a bit shaky. I know what to do now. So you hopefully you can expect a positive journey.
Carsten, thank you very much for joining us here today and presenting GomSpace. Very interesting and super cool to hear the turnaround story from you. With that, I think we'll close up today's Investor Days with ABG. And Carsten, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Morten. Thank you, out there.
Okay. Talk soon.